underdogs ranked 15th to 17th each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Spring is here, and so is FFWS, the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. It's Husky alongside Mustachio AJ here. Week 1, day number 2. The Battle Royale Rumble continues, and today we get B and C in the battlefield to find out who is going to continue their dominance and if the teams that are yet to debut will get a good start.
Absolutely, man. Teams like Core Memory, EVOS Divine, Expentio, W Vamos, and WAG hop into the fray this time round. Cannot wait to see what they have to bring to the table. Yesterday was an explosive start where many fans thought Buriram was not going to be off to a fantastic maneuver at the very start of the competition. It seemed that way, but the boys were just warming up in the first couple of games. And then, of course, by the end of the day, 2 booyahs in hand and 40 points clear at the top of the table. Will somebody catch up with them today? Or will they even have them beat? Or will Buriram still remain at the top? We'll have to wait and see exactly what Group C has to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, one way to catch up, or at least to try to catch up, is to chuck a can of Red Bull, right? Because we are so happy to welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall season of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025. Hashtag get a taste for more, because Red Bull, it's come a long way. It's one of my favorite energy drinks. I see you have a ton of it behind you. Plenty of different flavors as well. I've heard really good stuff. Can't wait to try it. But if the teams chuck a can or two, they might be able to catch up.
I'm pretty sure they will be able to. I've drank my own fair share of energy drinks in the past. Nothing comes to what's right behind me here. But these are our predictions, and it looks like both you and I are betting on the right regions, the right brands here, with a little bit of a difference. You're on WAG side, I'm on P Esports side. Either way, it's just Vietnam winning, right?
Yeah, I think, the first two, RQ, Kazu, and Team Falcons, nuffs it, right? We've gone through this so many times, but I think the Vietnam region is a lot more open. Last we saw them towards the end of 2024, or even towards the start of this year. They have shown great promises, and I am looking forward to seeing more of that. And the fact that we have now different options to choose from the Vietnamese side is a good sign.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, not just one Vietnamese squad stepping it up. Quite a number of them are doing so. But the ones to start it all, it was PE Sports. We saw exactly what they did last year at EWC, and then they fizzled out. But what they showed us on that Saudi Arabian stage inspired so many other Vietnamese squads. They stepped it up. They brought the fire. But PE, they just weren't keeping up. This time, though, they've started off absolutely fantastic. So fingers crossed they can keep it up for the rest of the competition, because this is what all of the fight is for. I'm going to put aside once again the total prize pool. I'm just going to look at what the champion takes away. That's $100,000 solid for the champions by the end of the line, only for Battle Royale.
Yeah, just for Battle Royale. We haven't factored in, the newly added Clash Squad and all. But on top of that, if you finish second, you get more than half of the lesser prize pool than the champion. And on top of that, if your team of the day is $250 extra, if you are the grand finals MVP for Battle Royale, that's an extra $4,000. So much of the pie is going to go to you if you perform at your best. And this year, we've shaken things up. And if you guys have no idea what is going on, here's the tournament timeline. We got 6 weeks of great actions, but it's split into 2 phases. Phase 1 is week 1 to 3, phase 2 is week 4 to 6, and then we have the grand finals for Clash Squad mode on 13th of June, and then the grand finals for Battle Royale mode on 14th of June. And we even slot in some Clash Squad mode in week 5 and week 6.
Yeah, I mean, 7 weeks of great Free Fire action for us, 7 weeks of torture for teams that can't keep up, 7 weeks of victory for the dominant ones out there. Either way, it is gonna be fun all the way down to the 14th of June. But we are still here in week 1, only day 2, the 26th of April, and already so much of statements, so many statements have been made by the teams that showed up yesterday, only 12. But of course, looking at the tournament format here, we've broken Battle Royale into 2 phases. Phase 1 is going to be from yesterday all the way down to the 11th of May, after which we will start to see teams qualify for the finals within Phase 2.
Yeah, and afterwards, Phase 2 runs from 16th of May to 1st of June. And then after that, we enter Swiss stage for the Clash Squad mode. As you can see, 2 days, 22nd of May and 29th of May. And after that, we go to the Grand Finals in Clash Squad mode, 13th of May on a Friday. We got the best 4 teams in that, and the day after that will be Battle Royale mode on the 14th of July. In fact, with maximum of 10 games. It's going to be a long journey. The teams will have to be on their toes even more compared to last year.
So a more detailed breakdown of that phase 1, 18 teams in 3 groups. That is the usual jazz. They compete over 3 weeks to determine the ranking of the 18 teams. The top 12 teams from phase 1 will then compete on the first day of phase 2. And the number 1 team in the daily standing will advance directly to the grand finals. What this means is they get to rest longer than the rest of these teams who are not qualifying, who have to hustle, who have to earn their spot. But that also means this is going to get shuffled day after day, which is very interesting, Husky.
Yeah, and if you guys just look at the top 2 to 12 remaining, you can pause this if you don't have the time to read. But essentially, if you finish even in 17th place, there is a chance for you to qualify, right? So the only dead zone is if you finish dead last by the end of week 3. But the tiebreaker rules and the point system still remains the same. Every elimination is 1 point. Booyahs give you 12. And then afterwards, if you go to a tiebreaker, we look at number of booyahs first, and the total eliminations, and then the ranking in the final game.
Yeah, we have never needed to go to the final rule of the tiebreaker in the past. Perhaps this competition could be the very first. But even yesterday, right, we did see the number of booyahs not really making a difference, but the total number of eliminations making a difference between that number 1 and that number 2 spot between Falcons and Buriram. But thankfully, we had one more game to find that opportunity for Buriram, obviously, to take the bag of points and run away with it. Falcons could not keep up with them. But today, though, is a little bit of a different story. Buriram is not going to be here to snatch away those points. Falcon, on the other hand, might just stand a chance.
So the door is pretty open for some of the powerhouses and also the teams that are going to debut today. Of course, it's been quite a while, but we are abiding by this rule. 1 unique active skills. Every player has to use an active skill, and you have to use a different one, right? So no duplicates, no more double Riptide Rhythm shenanigans, no more tree time turner. That is in the past. We move forward. Everyone has to bring their own flavor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And obviously, this has brought in so much of a difference in terms of the pacing of the game. We used to see quadruple Tatsuyas bursting all around the battlefield with the Rebel Rush. Now you don't really see that anymore. Teams are much more tactical with the approach. And obviously, with the addition of Oscar as well, things have kind of switched up quite a little bit. But speaking of switched up, let's look at the Champion Rush format now. We've got a grand finals that potentially may go up to 10 games. We are looking at 80 points to activate the Champion Rush condition. And for the following game, if one of these teams who have met that condition hits a booyah, they are declared the champion. If that does not happen, we keep going on to the next game and the next game to a maximum of 10 games. And by the end of the 10 games, if still no champions hit the Champion Rush condition for the booyah, the team with the most number of points will be the champion.
Yeah, it is a mixture of time attack and also, a death match, right? It's sort of a tiebreaker format. Once someone hits that 80-point mark, you gotta make sure that no matter what the cost is, you do not let them get the booyah in the following game. Easier said than done. But today, it's Group B and C taking the battlefield. We've got RRQ, Team Falcons, Reverse Red, Heavy, AG Global, and PE Sports from Group B.
Absolutely. And of course, from Group B, yesterday, Reverse Red did not have a great day. Overall, 43 points from the 6 games. And AG Global kind of suffered alongside them as well with a bad performance. PE Sports from Group B did phenomenally well. Obviously, Falcons was fighting with Buriram for a long time for the number 1 spot until they finally faltered. But overall, these are the teams to look out for within Group B. Here they are once again.
And so far, most of the players, at least the Indonesian and the Thai region, has been more or less similar, but I do love to see kind of the shuffle in the Vietnamese region, right? Both PE Sports and Heavy, they've gone through their fair share of changes, but to see Heavy back in the regional stage is definitely a treat. This has been one of the OG organizations, and they have been missing for quite a while.
Yeah, boy. And the debut onto the FFWS Sea 2025 Spring WAG, Vamos, GOW, EVOS Divine, Core Memory, as well as Expand. We get to see them in performance for the first time in the season. I am excited for Team Vamos because look at who they have acquired, Mr. Husky.
Until I see G'day, in the team. You know, the good old ex-EVOS Divine player. I see Lozzy, you know, ex-Thorad player. They got some juicy imports, right? These guys have accolades in their name, and I'm just happy to see that the Malaysian teams are starting to also bring in, you know, external help, get that Indonesian player in. So much easier to acclimate due to the similarities in language, but also we learn a lot more of, you know, from getting players from other regions to come in instead of just being on our own.
Absolutely. I mean, plus and minuses, egos could be all over the place. Do I really want to take advice from an Indonesian player who's breaking into the Malaysian scene? Do I want to allow him to conquer? Is he going to make a difference? Can I not make a difference for my nation? Well, those are going to be big questions that Team Vamos needs to deal with all throughout this competition, because there are going to be many a times where I'm pretty sure these teams are going to be making mistakes, and Vamos is going to be one of them. What is going to be holding them at the top throughout is if they can maintain that teamwork. So, yep, they've brought in imported players, but whether or not they can bring that teamwork out has yet to be seen.
Hopefully they get to kind of showcase that in at least in phase 1, right? I'm not expecting day number 1 to be smooth sailing. I'm expecting to see Team Vamos stumble along the way. But if there's any good examples that we can look at, it's Crime MKS, right? One of the earliest imports into the Malaysian scene. Now back with Onyx Olympus in Indonesia. But when he was with RQ and he came to expand it for like almost a year, he gave us a heck of an eye-opener in how much more you can improve, and then other teams started to follow suit.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've seen Todak kind of do that as well in terms of the imported players, and a lot of impact the Indonesian circuit brings to the Malaysian scene, right? But the bigger question is obviously going to be as well as to how long more will Malaysia depend on these import players? How long more do we need to wait for that homegrown talent to go out there to, you know, command respect from the rest of these players? And I think that's what Expand is, right? They are trying to grow those homegrown talent, and overall the Expand brand has been very good at that, cultivating great Free Fire players.
Yeah, definitely showing us a very different dimension of, you know, running a pro team, right? Homegrown, just an individual startup. You get a bunch of friends together and then you run it on your own. And now, just like the team name it has expanded beyond Malaysia. They even have Drian and Vault as their imports, which is something that you wouldn't think of when they first started. But at the same time, they also put the region on the map. Sure, right now you don't see them on the world stage. They've been through quite a slump, but they were one of the few that really showed us that you can keep making it to that regional stage if you consistently be good.
Absolutely, man. And of course, let us welcome all of our viewers as well from around the world. If you are tuning into the YouTube broadcast right now on the Free Fire Esports official page, we are tuning into the chat there as well. So if you want to join the conversation on this broadcast, make sure you join us on that YouTube chat. And by the way, we've got about 500 people watching, but 300 likes. Those numbers are not meeting, all right? Hit that like before hit that like before we start ignoring the chat.
Yeah, there were a couple of times in the past where I would just casually drop by during the break, you know, and then I would type something, and people are like, "Is this real? Is this guy real? You know, like, is this an imposter? How is he typing here?" Yeah, that's me. Sometimes I read too. Just because I don't interact doesn't mean I'm not watching. So yes, please keep on supporting. I know a lot of people have been enjoying the games, and we really appreciate the support regardless. But today is about the Sniper Showdown. It's about Expor and Russia, and my God, it's the old against the new. Expor, he really has been racking up those numbers, right? He is putting his name on the leaderboard, and he's continuing to do so in a consistent manner.
Dude, I still remember Rasya and his debut into the pro circuit, and that was on Clash Squad, right? Because he was not old enough to compete in Battle Royale. We had, I think, one of the first few experimental Clash Squad. I don't even remember what we called that competition. This is where we saw this talent, and this kid is a wonder kid in the world of Free Fire. I cannot wait to see what kind of domination Rasya is going to bring out there. But up against Expor, he's got his work cut out for him. And this is one of those newest shakeups that we are absolutely in love with, Husky. The game schedule and the maps are randomized from the very start of the day.
Yeah, I love it. I love this so much. Well, in a way, I think it also kind of changed how you want to approach the day. Back then, it's like a routine, right? You wake up, you get ready for your match, and you know you're gonna start with Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory. But today, well, at least this season onwards, it's very different. We get Kalahari to start it off, and then we go Nextterra, Purgatory, Alpine, and then only we head to Bermuda before the random map.
Oh yeah, baby. And of course, as we kick things off at Kalahari, look at who's the dominators up top. PE Sports. Yesterday, starting off the day with 20 eliminations, 32 points in game 1. But Husky, game 2 and 3, they picked up 1 point each, right? So I don't want to see that again. I want to see PE Sports blaze it through. I mean, I've put them on my top 3. I want to see them there today.
Yeah, I'm taking a handicap, right? Because PE Sports as a top 3 team is very possible because they did play yesterday. For me, going for WAG, I don't mind not seeing them in top 3. It's their first day, but hey, Esports is on the team. That's one of the guys that we've been really gassing up for quite a period of time, and he has been able to rival some of the best in the league. If anything, I agree with you. PE Sports gotta stay consistent, but with the Group B and C teams, it's not gonna be easy.
I honestly don't care what PE Sports does in the grand scheme of things, but I want to see them qualify for EWC 2 years in a row. That's going to be the kind of achievement I want. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, survivors, let's hop on into Kalahari.
Oh man.
And it's the start of our match, and it looks like it is a fair flight path for all heavy. First ones out of the flight in straight towards confinement very early on this drop. No hot drops, that's a boring start.
Yeah, I mean, for week 1, chill, okay, right? It's the usual week 1 thing. I think as we get deeper into the competition, oh, never mind, I'll eat my words. We have a hot drop. And guess what? It's one of your favorite teams against another one of your favorite teams. And obviously RQ so far has gotten first, but they are the ones winning out.
18D getting really lucky there, finding the M82B on the very drop, making sure he gets the knock. Don't cry though, with a simple recovery play, but Ma'al will get picked right back up. PE Sports on the back foot very early on here as they take the hot drop on RRQ.
And so far, RRQ is having a fantastic time, getting a couple of knocks. And just starting off on a good note, this is one of the few situations where you look at RRQ and you look at where they hot drop. Is it RRQ hot dropping, or did PE Sports take a gamble, right? Because it's one of RRQ's favorite spots. It's Refinery, and it's not just PE Sports. Vamos is now here.
Yep, Vamos really loves Refinery as well, and it looks like they're choosing to rotate in here after picking up loot, which is a fantastic idea. They do know that RRQ favors dropping in here and pretty much sticking to this compound throughout the whole match during Kalahari. Fingers crossed, of course, those circles look for them as well. But the question is, do we have all the players here? Should with the double vectors could not sustain the fight in the bait and switch up against RRQ.
Yeah, pretty weird position to crouch in, right? He's half his body was kind of stuck out in the open. And Lozzy also gets caught. That's RRQ Kazu starting off with 5 points. 2 minutes into the game. Mass revive for Team Vamos. But I think for PE Sports, they are still struggling to find a spot, to find that coins, to get their teammates back. Either way, this is the best case scenario if you are RRQ Kazu.
I mean, and Gade with his debut play for Vamos. 2 revivals off the get-go.
Sometimes you gotta pick up the pieces, you know. Not the best job to do, but keeps the team in the game. That'll teach them to drop Refinery if they haven't learned anything yet.
I don't. Gade was like, bro, what are you doing? You don't go there. Our brothers RRQ, my God. And look at RRQ, the rotation, and it's the Battle of Indonesia now. He was divided up against RRQ, and Foundation about to be rocked.
RRQ Kazu feeling so confident to just walk forward and start taking these engages. And you can see Evos, they don't want to be a part of this. They are all trying to just back off, gain some space, but RRQ doesn't seem like they want to let that happen. 2-2 formation, they've sort of surrounded Evos Divine, and now it's a matter of whether RRQ will push on forward.
He was Divine, playing it really safe. As that binocular scan as well as RRQ leaves. The Compano at least tries to back away. Yanbin, my goodness, Trogon finding the connection.
Oh.
Very slow response, and from afar, it's the Car 98 that finds the expand players one after the other. My goodness, that was way too fast.
Yeah, try to go for the window frame, like a window frame drive-by, and suddenly Expand poked their head out and got sniped by Demon, who was so well perched, you probably don't even know where he is on the map, and even I don't know, just based on this point of view. Very well hidden, giving GOW 4 eliminations at the start, sending Expand packing, so both our Malaysian teams off to a rough start. Expand not out of the game just yet, but this one is going to be quite a banger. GOW against CRM, or some might call it, partially X attack all around roster across the hill.
Now this is just Dian taking a huge risk here. His gun has got the range, but I don't think GOW wants such an early engagement out in the open like this. And they are going for it, Dian, with the early shots up against Core Memory, who are backing away. A double Riptide Rhythm to break down their defenses as well, but nobody's home. Demon finds one from afar, and it's the Car 98 to find the connection. Cougar backs away, and now shots fired right back at GOW. They need to find cover.
As long as CRM cannot find where Demon is or break line of sight, Demon will continuously be a threat. You can see him on that minimap, on that radar. He's on the bottom left, but Jun actually backstabs Demon, and now this is a bit of a problem for GOW. They have lost their leverage from long range, and it's their turn to back off.
Beautiful backs. Why? Why? But that's how the cookie crumbles here at FFWS Sea, baby. Even if you dominate the previous day, does not mean you rise up to the top on day 2. Get nice. Sprayed down by Volky. Great play with the Trogon as he steps right back down. One quick grenade tossed on out. Will find nobody. Double glue wall. FCL trying to burn it down. Mufasa on the pickup, but back down he goes. All thanks to the skill pop by the A124. Mufasa once again with the task to pick up his buddy, but no time at all.
Yeah, his teammate is trying to cover him as much as possible. PLS1 actually was able to take out Folky, but Mufasa still ends up falling in an attempt to get Nice back on his feet. Somehow, Heavy ended up losing 2 members, and unfortunately from this angle, PLS1 is not able to get much done. Vamos on the left, PLS1 now getting shot by GOW from behind. CRM goes for a bit of a revive to bring Folky back, and is Heavy stranded out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy was in a great position as they stumbled into a team fight between 2 squads. And I thought they would just vulture away points. Instead, they pull the attention towards themselves and get smashed, and now on a revival spree. GOW, on the other hand, sticking to their grounds with a potential engagement up against Vamos, but right behind them, their brothers from Vietnam arrives. WAG just to throw a little bit more pressure onto GOW, just like what Heavy did.
What a nasty tracking from Yanbin. 4 or 5 shots in a row to the dome. G'day does get brought back by Vamos. So far, I mean, they've amassed quite some wealth, right? Getting plenty of revives, but now they're gonna somehow stop Yanbin, who's on top of the roof. We get a 3-prong attack. Juve with a 1 pump onto Dian, makes a way out of the roof, but they still gotta win this fight. Tan will just come in, takes Jun down, get the trade. GOW getting advantage with electrotherapy. It is pretty tough for Vamos to fight back, but Axel will try taking out Yanbin.
Yeah, I mean, panic plays there with those glue walls, and Axel took advantage of that great maneuvering by the Malaysian player. But now, how do they find the rest of them? GOW busting those glue walls to get to the top, and Lossie saw that one coming in. 590 to the chest, leaving Dian all alone here. Man is broke. Pocket Market cannot save him. GOW, one final opportunity, and Vamos backs away as WAG shows up to clean up the pieces.
Vamos trying to cut the losses right now. Lozzie, unfortunately, will be shot out of the air, but if Exa is able to just buy enough distance, get a revive, Vamos will have a chance, and they have cut the they have brought enough distance. Vamos are out of there, and GOW bite the dust.
I thought he was gonna survive because Vamos would distract the WAG players, but very smart maneuvering from WAG. not overextending, going in for a couple of extra points to put themselves in a rough position potentially, but instead they scout around, they finish up the final pieces, taking the final player of GOW out of the equation before moving on forward, and it looks like they still might get an opportunity to encounter the Axel shortly, who does not have mid to long range capability on those shots. He only has that M590, which means he needs to wait for WAG to get close.
Not only that, he's also trapped in quite a tricky spot. No vending machine, no chance of bringing his teammates back. This could be the last stand for the Axel unless he somehow waits out this blue zone, which is still very possible, but that's under the assumption that WAG will not check the building, which is a pretty nice hiding spot. Vehicles will drive by as well. Axel just needs to hold his breath, but they're gonna check.
Hold his breath? I would have shat my pants. This is... X-Bot. What is X-Bot even doing?
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
No? Use your
They don't know.
binoculars, boys.
Wait!
Hey! Not a single binoculars used. R1's absolutely useless in the hands of WAG. They've got 6 eliminations.
Hey,
They've
what did I
taken
say?
advantage of that.
You hold your breath. They don't sense anything. If you panic a bit and you accidentally let yourself go, the smell might give you away. But Axel, he's composed. He's been on the battlefield. He is a veteran. He survives for now. But if he gets lucky, there's literally a revival zone right beside him. If WAG just moves away from that area.
I can't believe we just saw that happen. But sometimes camping does save lives.
It does. It does. I've seen plenty of examples, even in community matches where, like, the most frowned upon tactic in Battle Royale sometimes is the best way to stay in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about that survival, right? But of course, we did manage to see Lozzie bring in a player as well. So it wouldn't have been that final shot in the coffin for Vamos. But of course, it's nice to see him hide away in a corner and that sort of a tactic work out for him. In the meantime, it looks like Expand is still alive and kicking as well. But of course, on a revival spree, that's not going to help them out at all. And Falcons have been laying low this whole game. And chat is actually begging for a little bit of attention. So what's up, chat? Don't forget to hit that like first. You've got 800 people in the chat, but only 400 likes. Come on. We get to 800 likes and then we start the Hindi commentary, all right?
I saw someone say that I look like Neptune but younger. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how Neptune would take that, but I'll
I don't know
take it.
if that's an insult to you or Neptune.
I feel worse for Neptune, honestly. He's like twice my age. But I'm glad I reminded him of Neptune.
Neptune's gonna get a heart attack if you hear that, bro.
First time in 4 years someone says that to me.
WAG, Alan finding Get Nice. The Vietnamese players still preying on each other. AG Global in a lot of trouble up against RRQ because Ma'al holds on to that AWM and that hits hard. But of course, Dew on the opposite side ain't no shabby sniper himself. Can do quite a bit of damage onto the RRQ players.
I think you can just take your time. This is actually going to be quite messy when we reach that final phase of that game. Almost 12 minutes in, we still got 10 squads left alive. 39 players in total. None of them want to budge. And it's quite a common sight. We are in Kalahari. There's not really much buildings to work with and covers to work with. In this case, the team just want to play safe. In fact, Lozzie even picks up Cougar along the way. So I believe that's the 7th point for Vamos. And it all came down to just a very quick-witted decision, in the past 2-3 minutes.
And it looks like, core memory trying to reposition. Only Forky got away. Can't say the same for Poon. And Gade just firing him down with that LMG. Bullets for days. Heavy on the other hand, dealing with the heavy pressure off of this blue circle that have left them high and dry. The rest of the teams, though, right in the safe zone. But that is a party I do not want to join.
Me neither. But I think if you are heavy right now, you have to somehow cut your losses. This position isn't really the worst, but if they can dodge reverse red, they might be able to make something happen, right? Get some of those scraps before the round ends for the WAG. They've already went to work, taking out 3 members on the side of Vamos, looking for total cleanup. Jun goes down. That's point number 9 for WAG, and they're not done just yet. Reverse red right in front of them.
Oh, beautifully done by WAG. Good glue walls just to protect themselves, but rotating outside. Mike, okay, that was not a good glue wall. He tried to run away. But they were back in the circle. Allen tagged up as well. Reverse red, high ground advantage. They try engaging with WAG, but WAG not returning any fire just yet. Allen literally just running past him. Jump finding police one from the side of Heavy. He has just been losing player after player. But my goodness, Vamos, I thought that recovery play was there. Not so sure if Gade's regretting the move to Vamos just yet. Because all he did was play a couple of revives, get a knock and an elimination, and now they're out.
Yeah, I mean, considering that WAG were on their tail the moment the circle started closing in, 10 plays, it does sting, right? They had like some pretty good points before they got eliminated. But if you are WAG right now, it's time to clear the battlefield. They will take the launch pad and go to the other side of the map and run straight into AG's global. WAG somehow haven't lost anyone, and I say that Barros was able to take Krillin down. He instantly finds an exchange. On the other side is Falcons against Evos, but off screen, WAG are winning.
Yeah, pure chaos out here as battles break out all over the battlefield. But Shield, M590 in hand, but core memory out of the equation. And look at this, Evos Divine falling one after the other, and Dutch getting a triple with the nade as Evos Divine bows out of the lobby.
Look at RRQ Kazu, king of the hill, literally in the center of the circle.
Wow.
No one is contesting them. AG trying to make it out of this. Allen somehow getting traded back. Ismail out and takes him down. That was supposed to be a hero play for WAG, but RRQ Kazu once more spoils it. Down to top 3 teams. All of them had the full squad, but only one team right now have total control.
Dude, that circle was crazy, man. Yes, zone nahi. Dushman ka gar hai. It is the enemy's lair. And the moment that circle squeezed them in, team after team fell. But the 3 biggest still stand. 1 from Indonesia, 2 from Thailand. Reverse red, the team that crashed out yesterday from Group B in the final circle now in the top 3. 29% potential win rate. They have to stay out of the early fight between Falcons and RRQ.
It's going to be quite a tough one. I think if you're Team Falcons right now, you're worried about reverse red, and you're also worried about RRQ because there are a couple of doorways that they can peek out of. These close quarter combats are not going to be kind of Abe. He's just sitting in the corner with a shotgun in his hands. You try to walk through that front door, he is going to blast you in the face. So reverse red are acting as a pseudo watchtower for RRQ Kazu, and if anything, RRQ Kazu can just continue to wait.
Yeah, 5 eliminations for reverse red. We don't mind. But look at this. The circle's going to leave everybody high and dry. And they are not on that right side to make that early reversal or movement in towards the next circle. The first team to move will get fired upon. Obviously, reverse red with the advantage with this high ground. But the question is, will Falcons shoot at reverse red, who are clearly a threat, or engage with RRQ, who are on that lower ground?
I think by default, probably reverse red. They do have a truck to work with. They even set up the goal portal. You can see it on top of the roof, but I'm not really sure entirely what usage it might be. Maybe when the circle starts moving, this is when you can take that goal portal and reposition. Maybe reverse red will find this as an opportunity to get control of the game, to wrestle it back into them. Falcons want to make that beeline, but reverse red, if they time it right, they are going to make it there first.
Well, we've waited long enough. Come on, baby. We want to see some action.
Oh, didn't even
Blue
take
wall
it.
melters all being laid out. Very smart play, but Riptide Rhythm! Dropping the defenses off reverse red, forcing them to use even more blue walls, and this gives the advantage to RRQ, who cuts the distance. Abe moving in with the M590, misses the shot. Nameless taking the tag from the circle as well, but RRQ barricaded away through all those blue walls.
Reverse red decides to just poke it and not use the portal, and it might actually favor them. RRQ Kazu have lost Ma'ao, but they still need to fight through this. A 3v4 scenario, 18 dear, 41 HP, gets knocked down, Juice by the zone. Nameless and Diamond finally steps up, but Falcons from behind will start the backstab, and they have found a perfect opportunity to slowly but surely clean out reverse red. Nameless removed, Diamond on the ground, they just break them apart. Round 1 pretty much done and dusted. Exposing last man alive, no clutch for him this time. Team Falcons starting it off right with a booyah.
Yeah, no sweat at all from Falcons. Buriram ain't here, so what else can they do but dominate? Nobody else could have anything done against them, mainly because it was Team Falcons with their heads down all through the first couple of circles, collecting that loot, preparing for that final battle, avoiding as much engagement as possible, not looking for the big points. They were looking for the booyah.
And that booyah is sometimes all you need, right? They, like you said, they didn't finish the round with the most eliminations, but they sure as heck bagged themselves 12 extra points just with the round win. RRQ not doing too shabby. I think they almost finished with close to 20 eliminations before they got eliminated by both Falcons and Reverse Red. So both these two teams who are in the top 3 of our predictions at the start of the show, they are doing us justice. They're doing it right.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And what an explosive first game this was. A lot of hiding, a lot of maneuvering, a lot of avoiding engagements and confrontations up until 2 circles ago, where all of a sudden we just lost 5 teams back to back. That was just amazing to witness, but holy hell, that was chaotic.
It is certainly chaotic, but very controlled, right? It felt like a dance somewhat of an environment that teams like Team Falcons really thrive in. It's something that they are so used to, even though we have seen the evolution of the meta, but Team Falcons are always so great at making these decisions, turning themselves from the most disadvantaged position to a win just because they planned out their route beforehand. When the circles started moving, they understood how to avoid the conflict and just let both Reverse Red and RQ Kazu take Kazu take each other out.
They were also very lucky because everybody just kept spotting each other and nobody was looking the way of Falcons, right? One could say that they are really good at maneuvering around the battlefield, you know, not being spotted at all, but you know how impossible that is, right? I mean, if you're trying to move compound to compound, especially in those last few circles, somebody is going to see you. But there were just so many fish in that tiny little pond to shoot at. Falcons were just not the fish that was closest to them, and they just kind of lucked out there, went towards that final circle. AG Global on the, sorry, not AG Global, Reverse Red on the other hand, a little unfortunate because they were getting into many scuffles before that engagement up against Falcons, but they still stood their ground pretty well up against RRQ. So overall, great play, great recovery for Reverse Red on day 2.
Yeah, and Falcons, I mean, they got lucky because Reverse Red tried to shoot them in the head a couple of times, but the shots never connected, right? So that also was one of the pain points that I think Reverse Red would look back and be like, we could have gotten that. But either way, great start to game 1. I mean, let's talk to Team Falcons about this game 1 booyah, because I really want to know how they plan to keep the streak going.
Hello everyone, welcome to our post-game interview session, and here we are with Team Falcons.
ชื่อเคโรโรครับ
Okay, Kello, how do you feel about your first day playing and you can achieve the booyah at the first game that you just played?
ก็ยินดีต้อนรับท่านผู้ชมเข้าสู่การสัมภาษณ์หลังเกมนะครับเราอยู่กับเคโรโรจากทีม Falcon วันนี้เนี่ยลงเป็นวันแรกของเราแล้วเปิดมาบูย่าเลยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับก็รู้สึกดีมากเลยครับก็รู้สึกว่าแบบไม่กดดันตัวเองด้วยเพิ่งเปิดมา
I feel really good and it's like there is no pressure on me at all. Okay, so for the second question, is there any difference in the playing style between you and your team?
เรากับเพื่อนเราที่สลับกันลงเนี่ยครับสไตล์เราต่างกันมากน้อยขนาดไหนหรือว่าต่างกันยังไงครับไม่ต่างกันเลยครับดูแค่ว่าฟอร์มใครดีกว่าก็จะเป็นตัวแอคแท็กเกอร์เหมือนกันใช่ครับดูว่าช่วงไหนใครเล่นดีกว่าก็เอาคนนั้นลงใช่ครับ
There is not much difference between him and his another teammate because it depends on if his performance is good on that day, maybe they can switch. Okay, so the third question, your team did quite well since yesterday and today you are able to win another booyah. Are you looking forward until the final round?
เมื่อวานอะทั้งวันเราก็ทำผลงานได้ดีมากแล้ววันนี้เปิดมาคว้าบูย่าเลยด้วยคิดว่าเรามองไปถึงรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแล้วเลยไหมหรือว่ายังมีความกังวลกับรอบเก็บคะแนนตรงนี้อยู่ก็เพิ่งเปิดมาก็ยังไม่ค่อยมองถึงรอบชิงเท่าไหร่ครับก็เรื่อยๆก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆนะใช่ครับ
We didn't look much for the final round. We just keep trying to play best by today, day by day. So for the last question, is there any message you want to give to your fans?
คำถามสุดท้ายครับมีอะไรพูดกับแฟนๆทีมเราไหมครับก็ฝากแฟนคลับทีม Falcon ด้วยนะครับฝากเชียร์พวกผมด้วยนะครับจะทำให้ดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆ
To the Falcon fans, please keep supporting us. We will try to do our best every day. Okay, now thank you for you guys, and now let's get back to the shoutcaster. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. As always, Team Falcons off to a start. I feel like we've seen so many instances of them winning round 1 and getting the interview. It feels like just another day in the office, but as usual, the job has just begun, right? For them, we talk about teams wanting to go back to EWC. No other team wants to get back to that stage as badly as Team Falcons, because they were the one who won the very first one last year. Imagine if they do it again this year.
Well, fingers crossed they will be able to prove themselves yet again, because ever since doing it last year, they haven't really been able to keep up that pressure on everyone, right? I don't blame them. If I became a overnight millionaire, I guess I would slack off a little bit too, but we can see the tenacity slowly building right back up just in time for this next Esports World Cup, so I'm not complaining too much.
Yeah, I definitely do like a bit of that changes, right? We already saw after towards the end of the year, Costume kind of changed to the analyst role, and even then, Falcons still kept their identity. So at the end of the day, it is a team that still has the fundamentals, still kept the pillars, but kept on innovating on top of it. They've been adapting so well to the changes, not just in the league formats, but also in how you compete, right? The unique skills per player, and especially since Limit joined the team, the moment he acclimated with the rest of the squad, it felt like this was the MVP of FFSI that we knew from 2 years ago.
Absolutely, man. 3 eliminations, though, is nothing to flex over, but Limit hasn't really warmed up just yet on the side of Falcons. Overall, Falcons not really looking to play that aggressive gameplay, looking for big fights early on. They're just trying to get to that final circle. They're playing more of that Indonesian game style to get to the final circle before going crazy. And I like that. Play that insurance gameplay and obviously going to guarantee yourself more of these top 3s as well as the Booyahs. But overall, it looks like they are running a basic lineup of Skylar Tatsuya, A124, as well as Skoda, which has clearly done them a lot of good.
And I think this also kind of shows us how Team Falcons wanted to play this, right? And I guess gotta give a quick shout out to Potato as well. Again, the latest addition to the squad really has been wasting no time showing off what he can do. Back then, a lot of people look at Peter and one more as that guy, but right now, you have a second wingman, right? Even Peter, he's like, I can take a backseat, I let the new guy do the job, and we get the same results for Team Falcons.
And let's take a look at the rest of the eliminations here. Nothing much to scream about. 3 eliminations out of Karoro, 2 from Potato, 1 from Peter. I mean, just seeing Peter with 1,598 on the damage clearly shows what sort of a mode Team Falcons are on today. Not the super aggressive kind. And I respect that. We've seen them try to be aggressive yesterday. It didn't really go their way all that too many times. They're trying to perhaps match up to the record set yesterday by Buriram. 6 games, 100% top 3 rate.
I think with the win in the sales, when the time comes, we might see that big 40 bomb run again. Key players for round number 1, we got Dudes from RQ Kazu with 5 eliminations, Reverse Red's Nameless with 6 assists, and of course Limit with the highest survival time, as well as the rest of Team Falcons. I would say it's a pretty standard round, despite how chaotic it got until towards the end, but it's also pretty much expected at the start of a league, and also on a map like Kalahari, where you generally just want to stay hidden until the circle forces you out into the open.
Let's take a look at the game standings here as RRQ overtakes Team Falcons. Well, I think you and I got the predictions pretty interestingly correct here. Both of these teams performing really well at the get-go. How well will they keep the pressure up, though? I can't really say, because you got this one a little bit more accurate. Look at WAG in the 3rd spot with 17 points. This is a big flex from Vietnam.
Yeah, big flex, and WAG keeping that momentum going, right? Really hasn't lost that touch even during the breaks we have in between seasons. Of course, I think we can all agree that PE Esports didn't start off the way we wanted it to. Bit of an unfortunate hot drop situation against RQ Kazu on that refinery. I think that definitely costed them a lot. Hopefully they kind of bounce back in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we also want to be looking at teams like P Esports, EVOS Divine. I don't see them lurking around the bottom for too long. Obviously, these are the kinds of teams that are capable of bringing in here some explosive rounds. But obviously, you're not going to be able to go in those explosive modes if you don't have a great device. And speaking of great device, the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology, which delivers outstanding performance along with smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics.
Yeah, I just can't believe that we've reached a stage in technological advancement that is ray tracing for a phone, and that's why you see, these players, you don't only get good graphics, but you get some of the world-class gameplays. We keep on innovating, and Samsung, they are leading the industry for sure. I personally, big fan of Samsung. I have fans that use that phone as well. I've even been able to get my hands on the S25 Ultra, and I gotta say, man, not aside from all the things you mentioned, the AI technology that they have for photos, for video shooting, everything is exactly what someone like me wants.
Yeah, absolutely right. And things are just so much more easier with the AI capabilities integrated with the phone itself. I absolutely agree with you, especially the camera. Now you don't need to smoothen out your face all that too much anymore. The AI will figure that out early for you. Let's take a look at the game schedule here once again as a recap to see what maps we can expect after this. Kalahari dominated by Team Falcons, but not in a very aggressive elimination standard, but they did manage to get to that final circle. RRQ though stood them up. Will Falcons be able to rip away that #1 spot by the time we complete Nextterra and Purgatory? We'll have to wait and see. Those are games 2 and 3.
And that would probably be the race we have for the rest of the day, right? Even at the start of day number 2, Falcons and RQ Kazu, they might be separated by 3 spots, but it's only a 9-point difference. And when we go into Nextterra, Team Falcons are still one of the top 3 teams. Obviously, we can disregard BRU. They're not playing today. So we got Heavy and Team Falcons as the 2 teams to watch out for.
Yeah, and Heavy, not the most consistent squad out there, but they did perform very well yesterday in the grand scheme of things. They were one of the Vietnamese teams who were very, very impressive as opposed to the Indonesians who were struggling quite a little bit. It's a very interesting switch up in terms of pacing coming through from these 2 countries. Usually it would be Indonesia doing so much more better in comparison to Vietnam.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, it's time to fly into Nextterra for round number 2. Time to see how the future will hold, or what the future will hold for some of these teams. We've seen the Vietnamese teams performing better on Nextterra, Heavy as the forefront of this round alongside Team Falcons as well. Also, special mentions to the team that didn't finish that great in round number 1. This is the chance, again, another chance to recover. Might have some hot drops on that eastern side of the map. There's definitely one at Intellect Center. We got Heavy and CRM already clumping up together.
I mean, Core Memory up against Heavy, not looking good for the Vietnamese squad, but Core Memory isn't really the most aggressive squad out there, so perhaps Heavy can walk out of this one if they get those guns first. Hans, the star in hand, not really the weapon of choice in the current meta, but they'll have to just pick up and use whatever they can, and he still manages to walk away with that. But Core Memory for 2, and Heavy, 2 players down already. This is heavy losses very early on. Vietnam needs to get out of Intellect Center.
Very good attempt by Hans. Just didn't expect to get caught by a secondary assailant. Now the rest of Heavy have to somehow disengage from this. They get a revive onto Hans and get nice needs to hold his ground. 1v2, couldn't find anything. No cigar for him. CRM finding, I believe, their 3rd point just at the start of Intellect Center and sending Heavy packing.
Yeah, Police One already with the first objective complete here by bringing Hans back into the matchup. And as Heavy looks for more coins for at least another revival, WAG right in front of Police One to cut off his rotation. Not looking good for this man.
And it's going to get worse. They commit the Riptide Rhythm to WAG. Trying to spoil the fire. Oh, Cougar! Saving! PLS1 with the snipe. Don't get greedy, bro. Just run. Just run. He's gonna get the point either way. It's still worth it. At least he got that point before he went down.
Yeah, either way, he was baked out there in the open grounds up against two squads. So good push. At least at one point, he can smile about. P Esports up against RRQ. On the other hand, though, Nero getting knocked down pretty early. Trying to pick up. Should be a little tough. Don't cry now. Down as well. RRQ dancing circles around P Esports. One quick trade out by Lahore. But the good thing about RRQ is they are players. I was just about to say are good enough, close to each other, but it's okay.
Yeah, they will split up for now. I mean, they get a revive. Plenty of revives on the map too. PLS1 getting brought back by his teammate. And Abai going for the push. And sadly, this 1v1 doesn't look good for PE Sports, right? The glue wall put down and a flank. Pincer attack. 18 Deer gets the job done. Puts out the glue wall and Lao Ho will have to just concede.
Back away, reverse red. Getting tortured by Team Vamos as Jun finds it. 500 people on stream, 600 likes. That's what I'm talking about. You guys rock. Like Karo if you have not liked it just yet. RRQ now on with the launch pad attempt to catch up with Lao Ho. 3 players surrounding this compound. I think it's the end for Lao Ho. Hey, he still gets Ma'al.
Somehow finds one. He gets chased down by Dut, so no points secured, sadly. And it doesn't get any better. PE Sports getting picked off left, right, and center. They get the revive in, but it is just points for RRQ. Kazu, just like round number 1, they are feeding off of PE Sports.
The shield gun is not really going to be doing much damage from a distance like this, but what will do the damage is multiple players all firing at that 1P Esports player. Cover fire from Nero just to protect his team member. But how much can that pull? P Esports scattered on the battlefield. Nero too far from Don't Cry.
This should be a Don't Cry final stand. I think if you're PE Sports, just get out of there. I don't think you want to support this. I know you want to be a good teammate, Nero, but this might not be the fight that you want to take. And with Ma'al getting revived, RQ Kazu, they will be back into full form in no time.
Let's see if or not Cypher will be able to make a difference here with the elimination of Place 1. Evos Divine catching 2 players on the side of Core Memory. Off guard, and Kang under a lot of pressure. Abe circling around, but the rest of the Don't Cry team members are trying to back up Enkang here, but PE Sports are not going to get lucky with this one. Enkang barely any bit on him left, but Nero behind will catch out Duts. And it's a 1-for-1 trade between the two teams.
Yeah, Duts was very far away from the rest of his team, so that one, expect the trade. Mao, who just got back, is going to see Don't Try to take the launch pad. Switches to Nero, and then distracted by Lao Ho. Pick a target, Mao. With that gun, it's not the easiest to get shots in, but 18 Deer will finish the job. Nero gets dropped, and PE Sports once more getting put to a stop in that rotation. Have to at least get their teammates back up, and RRQ Kazu continues to terrorize them.
And of course, since this is a little bit of a downtime here, not a lot of hot action out there on the battlefield, Husky and I would like to tell all of you guys in the chat, Ami Tomake Balobashi.
What he said. 100% agree.
What he said, yeah.
I wasn't given this part of the script, so
It's okay. We'll just work with it. It means I love you.
Oh, I love you all. 2.
No, we told them we love them, Husky.
Oh, yes. I agree.
It's okay. 5 minutes in, Dew's trying to heat things up. Nameless, shot in the head. And the M82B looks like it's on fire. Diamond taken down as well. Dew is just doing it the hard way. Barros fighting Saming as well. Reverse red. One final player left on the squad. My God, and they are turning tails. X-Posy running away as quickly as he can.
What is happening? Reverse red really putting up 0 resistance. And with Exposy going down, this is going to be reverse red biting the dust in 11th place. A far cry from what we saw in game 1.
This is not real. This is yesterday's reverse red. I don't want yesterday's reverse red. I want today's reverse red. But, you know, I wish all games are as bright as that scene earlier. No idea why grass was suddenly a little bit too green, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's not even fall yet, right? It's just spring. The seasons have been pretty wacky, I think, across the globe.
Yeah.
Like I went Japan a month ago. They say it was supposed to be spring. I went there and no sakura petals. It's still winter.
Did you get snow at least?
A couple specks. You know, you hit like 0 degrees for 15 minutes. But I'm not complaining.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. So you didn't get the petals. You didn't get the snow.
Yeah.
What did you go to Japan for?
Just travel holiday,
Okay,
climb
fair
some
enough.
plastic walls.
What? Oh, okay. Bouldering.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind. That hit me slow. Never mind. GOW taking it slow as well. 0 eliminations, unlike EVOS Divine. 9 already looking for their 10th. Thank goodness they haven't come across anyone just yet.
Which is pretty crazy considering that the whole time it was off screen. It was Divine. They were picking apart, I think, some of the Vietnamese teams, if I remember correctly. Plenty of space to work with at this point, right? We come to a crawl, and it's on Nextterra also, which, funnily enough, when it's too urbanized, you get teams that just hold in these buildings. Not many big rotations. But if you're heavy, it is very understandable considering the start that you have. I don't think they have much resources to work with. You can see just 1-2 glue walls on each individual member. It's not really the best weaponry to work with as well. Medkits are also pretty scared. So if you're heavy, you might be looking to voucher some teams or at least try to play into the circle late.
But for now, it's just a slowed down pace. Everybody's just chilling, waiting for that circle to dictate where will the maneuvering be, where will they have to move to shortly. Nobody wants to step out of their defense. It's too early, afraid of getting eliminated. But, you know, the kind of chaos we saw earlier on in, like, what, I think the 3rd, 4th circle, where we saw the loss of 3-4 teams back to back. That's exactly what is impending if these teams don't start eliminating each other now in a strategic manner, because that all-out chaos could just mean they themselves get eliminated.
I agree. I was just about to bring that up as well. And also, we have a point battle between WAG and EVOS. Divine, clearly we can see who is the one in the lead. 17-4. WAG really, you know, for lack of a better word, kicking EVOS' butt right now. I think in the overall scheme of things, WAG has been really stepping up. Right? I think EVOS, they're on the slow rise. Russia is sort of like the difference maker, the prodigy son of the team. 9 points, 5 eliminations out of 9 just for Russia alone.
Let's see if or not. Oh, look at this circle, man. Expand far, far away from everybody. And अरे भाई सब योगा कर रहे हैं क्या? Everybody's meditating at this point of time. Nobody's bringing out the aggression just yet.
It would be a good time to meditate, but sadly the round only lasts 14 minutes. So
EVOS Divine can take some time for themselves up on top here, but of course the circle's not with them, and it has started moving already, so they don't really have much time here to tease GOW.
they did use the binoculars on where Heavy is at. I think they scanned out 2 different teams, so they should be avoiding that area. Falcons and PE Sports about to run into each other. With Expand smack down in the middle, just south of Pizzeria. We just saw Vamos on the west of Expand earlier on. Great binoculars. That one is going to scan out PE Sports. And PE themselves use their binoculars, so they know that Expand is on the other end. We see this rotation. PE might just lead Falcons towards Expand.
Absolutely. PE running up towards the top. Falcons and Expand right beside them. Question is, who goes in for the pursuit? It's gonna be Falcon. Narrow grenade launcher! And Rotato, he almost got caught. Karoro now steps on up and Quillet gets a double. WAT off screen doing the exact same thing as PE Sports. Vietnam! Just going absolutely insane. But don't cry now, bleeding out on the ground. Rotato with his back turn and Nkang still could not find the finisher. Falcons finish off PE Sports, who dropped the ball big time even though they had the grenade launcher.
And I mean, WAG just massacred Vamos. That grenade launcher took out like 3 members in a row, and as the dust settle, Expand just lucky that they were not part of that skirmish. That was such a messy fight. Falcons now put on the backseat a little bit. They had to get a revive onto Peter, and they only got 4 eliminations. So the scavenging isn't going to bear them too much resources. And if you're Expand and Falcons don't know that you're around, this could be their best chance to not only get a couple of points, but to break free and get into the circle safely.
Heavy up against GOW. The fight between the Vietnamese brothers. And their defense is being burnt down by those FDLs and the Riptide Rhythm. And in one go, 3 players down on the floor for the count. And it is not just them. EVOS Divine hopping on into the fray up against WAG as well, but they are getting flattened to the ground. The pickups are there. Expand gets involved in this fight as well. And EVOS Divine with the 9 points in hand makes it 10, and still with those pickups, Rasya back on his feet. Nothing can stop EVOS Divine. In the meantime though, Heavy bites the dust.
With Expand's intervention, I thought WAG would be in a more comfortable spot, but still it's EVOS Divine who somehow is holding on, only losing aim guard in the process. Russia still somehow kicking despite being crippled earlier on. They break down the blue wall, but Krillin puts up another. EVOS thinking of going for a wraparound onto WAG. They want to encircle them as much as possible. The launch pad denied as Ray finds the timing, and WAG will be punished.
Oh, absolutely punished, man. EVOS Divine surviving the onslaught, surviving the chaos. 9-13. They're having a solid game, but they do not have the numbers to dominate the final circle just yet. So they have to play this strategically enough, because GOW Expand may be teams they can still deal with the low numbers on their side. But AG Global and Falcons on the opposite side of the battlefield, those are the danger parties.
And even Expand have made it to top 4. I say that.
Oy.
They just lost one of their members. And it's the efforts, the combined efforts of AG Global and Falcons who are now surrounding Expand from multiple angles. Meanwhile, on screen, EVOS Divine with a couple of nades. Yeah, dangerously low, but still somehow holding on. Expand out in 5th, but for EVOS Divine, it's a 2v4.
And the folks are there here up against EVOS Divine. GOW doing the work up against them. Glue ball melters, leaving them open, but Ray with the God nade, dropping Dian out in the open, but he will get picked up, all thanks to Yan Bin dropping those glue walls all around him. Even though those glue wall melters are there, they do manage to get the guy right back up onto his feet. A knock in return up against EVOS Divine, and look at that! The Chronos time turner pops out at the right moment. Grenade has no effect.
They're really stalling this out. That Riptide Rhythm only destroys one of the glue walls, but EVOS, they're burning through their resources incredibly quickly, not to mention with the circle coming in from behind. Demon will be the last one to cross. We saw that monster truck being dropped down. Ray having to take this 1v1, trying to get Demon out of the way, but it's just not possible. So they keep on pushing forward. One more glue wall left for Ray. He will expand it to get within closing distance, but GOW will take that as an invitation and just take out EVOS Divine.
Oh, brilliantly played by GOW, but look at this, AG Global trying to take advantage from the opposite side of the battlefield as well. Falcons shooting down GOW, but the recovery is solid. 3 players back up on their feet, but they had to sacrifice Demon as Falcons continuously pelted them with those bullets. You won't give GOW a little bit of breathing space here by taking the fight up against Falcons.
Roro, he's almost cooked at this point. Putting down glue wall after glue wall to break that path for himself. GOW will keep on pressuring him, but Dew is making life a bit more complicated by taking out Kun from afar, and Dian now gets shot from the back. AG Global looking to clean up the battlefield.
Yep, and it's the third party time, baby. As AG Global circles around, Falcons will be able to sneak that shot away from AG Global. Obviously, that is a big win for them since Garoro was the only player left, and AG Global secures a solid booyah for themselves.
A rare occasion, AG Global finally absent from the stage for quite some time, but now it seems like this is the reinvigoration that we've been wanting. They still have that namesake name. The whole world was asking, where was Dew? This one might not be just Dew, but it's the rest of AG Global. Barrow's having a hell of a game, but on the other side, you got Chinoy, who is putting in the work, and of course, just showing off the nice Samsung phone and that Red Bull that's keeping them going in this game. 16 eliminations and a booyah, 28 massive points for round 2.
Oh, the 28 massive points. That's insanity. And you are right, bro. flexing the two items that are keeping them going. And this Riptide Rhythm, as GOW was firing at Kororo, AG Global took advantage, and this was that third-party attack that we were talking about, right? पीछे से चाकू सीधा दिल पे, knife from behind straight to the heart. AG Global took it to them and then later on went off to finish off Falcons Kororo as well to secure a solid booyah for themselves. And to all of you guys, regardless of the platform that you are watching on, don't forget to hit that like first off if you're enjoying this broadcast and share the link out to the rest of your survivors so they can join this party as well.
AG fans rejoicing in the chat right now. Sometimes you feel the sorrow when they ask, where is this team at? But hey, they're back on the stage, and this day two is starting on a very, very good note. They ended day one in like what? 8th place, right? 8th place, 60 points. But right now they're closing in on their 100-point mark, and it's looking pretty solid for them, considering that some of the teams like RQ Kazu had a massive round one, didn't get to do much in round two.
And AG Global has got 4 more opportunities to pick up those points, cut the distance between themselves as well as Buriram United Esports, who are thankfully not playing today. But that is also the advantage that Buriram has created here for themselves. They are not playing today, and they are still holding on to that number 1 spot, 3 points ahead of Falcons, about 21 points ahead of RRQ. That's a massive setup that they've had to take rest today.
You know, that kind of reminds me of something, right? Like the format that we have starting this season, it is going to take some of the weight off of the teams for trying desperately for years to catch up to BRU, because at one point they're going to qualify to the finals and you don't have to worry about BRU. But that's the story for phase number 2. Right now, the team, they want to at least secure top 6 by the end of week 3 if possible.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I mean, too many times we have thrown the cameras right back to Thailand because their teams just keep dominating, and now is just one of those times once again, right? AG Global grabbing a phenomenal victory for themselves. It's all about that recovery, but let's hear from the boys themselves as to what they have to say for this dominant performance. We'll catch up with you guys in a little bit.
Hi guys, get back to us again with the post-game interview section, and here we are with All Gamer Global again, please. Saifa. Okay. So Saifa, for the first question, we would like to know that are you worried about this season, because it seems like your team have a difficult time in every game.
ครับก็ยินดีต้อนรับกลับเข้ามาสู่การสัมภาษณ์หลังเกมอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับเราอยู่กับสายฟ้าจาก AG Global คำถามแรกคือเรามีความกังวลมากน้อยขนาดไหนนะตอนนี้เพราะว่าเราดูจะเล่นยากมากในการเล่นหลายๆเกมของทัวร์นาเมนต์ครั้งนี้ครับ
ก็ไม่ค่อยกังวลเท่าไหร่ครับเพราะทีมเราก็เล่นได้อยู่
I'm not that worried because I think my team performed quite well. Okay, so for the second question, does pressure from other team affect your team?
แรงกดดันจากทีมอื่นๆรอบข้างของเราเนี่ยทำให้เรามีแผนการเล่นที่เปลี่ยนไปไหมส่งผลต่อแผนการเล่นของเราไหมครับ
ไม่ส่งผลครับเพราะเราก็อยากให้มาอยู่แล้ว
That is not much effect for our team, and for all the team, you are welcome to come and try with us.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the third question, which map do you think that you can score the most?
หลายคนอาจจะเห็นแล้วว่าเราเล่นยากหลายๆเกมแล้วมันมีเกมไหนแผนที่ไหนที่เรามั่นใจว่าจะเป็นแผนที่ที่แบบเราทำคะแนนได้เยอะที่สุดไหมครับ
Nextterra เพราะเราเล่นดีที่สุดแล้ว
It's a Nextterra because we can perform and earn more score point on that map. Okay, so for the last question, is there any message you want to give to your fans?
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมครับ
ก็ Red Bull อร่อยมากครับกินเยอะๆนะครับ
เยี่ยมมาก
Good job. Red Bull is very good, so you guys should give a try. Okay, guys, so now let's get back to our shoutcaster. Bye bye.
See? We told you guys, it was the Red Bull.
Yeah. Even the players say it, right? Even Saifa was like, Red Bull is good, you should give it a try. I agree. I try to not drink it every day, but every now and then, I get tempted.
Dude, it was on the job, all right? I had to do it for work. Yesterday, right as we were starting the broadcast, I cracked open a can. I took a sip and I was bouncing off the walls. It's crazy, but of course you gotta love it, man. It's the kind of focus that it gives you in games like these that require instantaneous split-second reaction. If your mechanical skills are there, but you don't have the presence of mind, if you're not tuned in, if you're not focused, then you are going to be dropping the ball. But speaking of dropping the ball, Vamos did pretty well at the very start, but they couldn't really carry that energy all the way to the end.
And for this round, it's not entirely on them. They were in a pretty sticky situation, right? They had this compound where they felt super safe, and then WAG showed up and just made them eat explosives in the face. I think that one grenade launcher took out like almost 3 out of the 4 members of Vamos off screen. Tough round for one of the Malaysian hopefuls, but the spotlight belongs to Dew from AG Global. MVP of this game, 9 eliminations. That's Skylar with 3 headshots and 6,655 damage dealt.
Holy mama. AG Global is on fire, and I don't even know what to say, man. This is just game 2, but look at his stats here. Like you said, right, 9 elims, 6,655 damage. This is just pure insanity. Obviously walking in here with a very basic sniper lineup of active passive skills that you guys can copy and bring that magic out onto the battlefield for yourselves as well. But the difference here from the side of AG Global is the use of K, where you get to convert all of that EP 600% faster, right? So the recovery rate for AG Global is extremely fast out there, but that's providing if they have EP in the first place, which means they cannot get into fights back to back to back. They really need to ease up, slow down the pace, but when they do get into a tough fight, they should be a little bit more tankier than their opponents.
Yeah, and that has been one of the few interesting things I feel, with the teams trying to manage that EP resource. We have a few characters, along this whole journey of Free Fire that has really shown us the different ways to manage that. But I think, for Dew, one of the uncrowned kings of Thailand, we've seen him in multiple interviews, multiple finals appearances, and the last time we talked to him, he had this long off season where he said he's just going to reset, regroup for the next year, and then we missed him for another, 2 to 3 months. It's good to see him back with a vengeance, and a very, very strong one too.
Absolutely, and obviously Sa Ming is looking for those heads out there, so the snipers are up for a good fight today. Ray showing up for the side of Indonesia, a total of 6 grenades used, but obviously we want to see more of those grenades finding that beautiful connection out there on the battlefield as well. I mean, nothing does it better than finding a few pops with just one well-placed nade.
And overall, it's just a very utility-heavy round. And with this Booyah and 16 elims, AG Global keeps themselves in the running. 28 points in round 2, but Evo's Device, not too shabby, right? 20 points for them. Falcon still making some good points for themselves. 18 is RQ Kazu having a rough one alongside PE and Heavy and Expand, all with 7 points each. And then Reverse Red only clocking in 1.
I mean, unfortunate for Reverse Red, this was just not their game. The previous match was so much more better in terms of performance, but we're always going to have those days where, I mean, just like PE Esports yesterday, hitting a massive booyah and then clocking in just 1 point each for game 2 and 3. We've seen that happen to too many squads already, so nothing new, but we are always looking for that recovery. Reverse Red, after game 1, they have shown us exactly what we can expect out of them. But once again, today has only been about the story of Thailand.
Yeah, so far top 2 teams still Thailand, RQ Kazu trying to really catch up. The only Vietnamese representatives who are sort of getting sort of close to the top 3 is WAG, and then GOW is further behind. But I gotta say, it stings for Reverse Red in the previous round because Sami got 4 headshots and they only got 1 elim.
Yeah,
something went wrong. Something went wrong in that sequence, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, not pretty at all, but of course, I think if he's already getting those headshots, then, maybe he's kind of ramping up towards something, right? But once again, just to highlight, if you look at the top of the leaderboard, Buriram, they have not been playing the past 2 games, and yet they maintain that number 1 spot all through one phenomenal day of performance where chat was actually saying Buriram was sleeping, Wasana was a washout, and through all that, you saw that flashy performance out of them yesterday, capable of maintaining their dominance even after 2 games where they're technically not playing at all.
it's such a Buriram thing because of how dominant they are. And as it's about time we kind of see them rise back, right? We've seen Brazil take the trophy for 2 years straight, and that's 2 years too much. And this year maybe BRU is going to try to wrestle it back for us again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can have our fingers crossed because we don't know what version of Buriram we're going to get, whether the superstars of the knockout stage or the grand finals. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, this battle continues.
Hello, Krisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have?
Okay. Time to save the day again!
What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 spring season. And this is the place where we really push these players to challenge their limits. And what's the best way to do that? With our sponsor, the one and only Red Bull. And obviously this season, not just this season, but the next one as well, powered by none other than Red Bull. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for the Free Fire World Series, both fall and spring 2025.
sometimes when you want to challenge the limit, you have to somehow find the limit breaker. And Red Bull, you know what they say, gives you wings. So if you want to soar above and beyond, Red Bull is the way to go. And the teams have proven that they can go above and beyond. 4 more rounds remain. Round 3 coming up. Thailand still consistent as always, but close contenders are RRQ Kazu and WAG.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we want to see exactly what can WAG get done out there on the battlefield, right? Because, you know, at the end of the day, we have seen their performance. 2 games, 27 points. That's not a lot to talk about. But we do see the threat that they bring out there. 16 eliminations down at the bottom of the leaderboard. They're actually doing better than some of the other teams that are struggling when it comes to the eliminations, but they're just not finding those final few circles. So maybe we need to see a little bit of shift in terms of prioritization here. Instead of getting into these scuffles and hot drops, maybe they want to look for that final circle first.
I agree. I think some of the teams, and even, you know, to a certain degree, Vamos, like in game number 1, decent amount of eliminations, but unfortunately got knocked out in 10th place because all the other teams were still in the game. Game 2, we saw a couple of that as well, you know, for Expand, for RRQ, for PE Sports. So perhaps these teams who already have the characteristics to play slightly slower games can continue to do so, but not engage in as much fight, right? I mean, AG Global, they came out of nowhere in the previous game and racked up 16 eliminations when we didn't even see much of them in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know what's so inspiring is that these players in Southeast Asia are putting on their very best out there for the survivors around the world to watch this esports scene and to enjoy the Free Fire action. But we see the Indian fans in chat. We even see the African fans in chat looking for a little bit of fire to be shared with their region so that they can step it up on the battlefield as well. Maybe one day have their teams perform at the Free Fire World Series global stage. I'm looking forward to a day like that, Husky.
Yeah, you know, I actually miss it, right? Because there was a period of time where we actually have some these regions in. I remember one of the years, I think 2022 or 2023, we do have Sri Lanka as part of our league, and we've seen some up and coming, you know, first season, even though they were at the bottom of the barrel as expected, but they had shown promise. I remember Revenant Esports was one of the few teams that we really wanted to see more of. So fingers crossed that is going to come true in the future. I really commend all these fans and the love they show. They keep sticking around despite it being quite a long time. But hey, that's what keeps the game going.
Absolutely, man. And let's take a look at the top 3 on this map of Purgatory as well. AG Global leading the fray, 1 booyah in hand so far. Team Flash in that 2nd spot, followed by Buriram United Esports. Buriram, of course, not playing today alongside Flash, but AG Global, they now have an opportunity to make this 2 for 2. If they can hit that booyah, if they can manage some decent number of points on them, catching up to Buriram should not be a sweat.
Yeah, even Saifa said in the previous interview that they feel like they perform one of the best in Nextterra because they can score a lot of points, but hey, he left out Purgatory. So let's see if AG Global can continue this trade in Purgatory.
Absolutely, man. Lely, survivors, don't forget, hit that like. We are gearing up to see exactly who dominates Purgatory this time. This is game number 3 of the day. And obviously, you want to start ramping up if you have not been able to find those solid points for yourself just yet.
Starting off with a pretty skewed flight path, leading more towards the southern side. So teams like Falcons, they are going to be really happy. You know, Central Fire Brigade, Lumber Mill, that's where they usually go for. WAG sticking to the northern side of the map. There's going to be quite an even split, at least for the west side, right? That medium chunk island. But if you are looking for a moat house, good luck trying to get there. This flight path will not cover enough distance. And as expected, Falcons and RQ, they're going to go to the southern island.
Thus far today, it has only been a story of Thailand picking up booyahs, but we have 4 more opportunities to go. Vietnam and Indonesia yet to show up. I'm looking forward to a Vietnam booyah. We've got a brand new host Husky, Conchita Caroline, who is blazing the mic over in Indonesia for us. So I'm looking forward to it. I don't care which Indonesian team it is. If it's going to be EVOS Divine, I'll take it.
Yeah, I can't wait. You know, like obviously we got our colleague in Vietnam as well. You know, we got Yun Su also waiting to interview the Vietnamese team if they get a booyah. And so far they have come close, just not close enough, right? Indonesia and Vietnam finishing the top 5, top 4. First Blood did get attained by Lozzy, taking up PRS1 from Heavy.
Yeah, you just put the thought into Yunsol's head. Now she's gonna hate me, bro. She's gonna be like, "What, Conchita Caroline? Huh? You forgot Yunsol in Vietnam? No, you know, Yunsol, we remember you. All right.
No, I remember you.
Don't.
You were the first name I spoke today.
Don't play dirty, bro. Looking forward to catching up with her at EWC soon as well. That's a party, man. I mean, that's just a gathering of casters from all around the world as well, which we all look forward to. But speaking of gathering, Heavy up against EVOS Divine, gathering in a compound that does not look conducive for Team Heavy.
Team Heavy should just take this slow. There's no need to engage in any fight. Fasa just take the gamble, makes it to safety, but gives some info to EVOS, and EVOS, just as expected, they're gonna try to look for him right now. Get Nice actually gets caught Fasa from the back, instantly ambushed by Kochu. Not really sure what the plan was. Maybe they didn't have full info where EVO's members were, and Jun even picks up PRS1 again off screen. So Heavy ends up losing 3 members.
Unfortunate for Heavy, this is a rough start for them. And today has not been great. 2 games have elapsed and they've only picked up a total of 13 points. And Cypher finding 1, but instantly put down onto the ground. It's Expand up against AG Global, the Booyah winners of the previous match, looking for a back-to-back, but it's not going to be that case if they fall up against Expand here.
Instant revive for Cypher. So at least for now, Expand, they're on a slightly even playing field. They broke line of sight as well, so the support fire from Chinoi might not be the most effective, although sadly doesn't know that Barros is up top, so takes a huge chunk of the health damage. Dude somehow gets a snipe from a different angle. So Expand ends up on the losing end.
And obviously Expand's, I mean, you see some senior names there, but in the grand scheme of things, they are still juniors when it comes to domination on the Southeast Asian level. Up against AG Global, they are not going to be an equal match, but it's all about the fight in the Malaysians. That's a bad game. It's okay, Barros. We all have those days.
Warning shots. I was sending a message. Right? Didn't really matter. Could have saved that grenade. They still got almost a full wipe. Expand only left with 1 member left, who is basically in the win right now. But for AG Global, starting the round with 5 points, and the fact that they are occupying Ski Lodge, which means the most eastern side of the map, no contests for them at all. AG Global will feel very comfortable.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Cypher, we just heard the interview from this superstar, and he is off to a fantastic start. Looks like that interview injected a little bit of extra adrenaline in him, hitting the quadra early game. RRQ, on the other hand, just crossing a bridge. Why did RRQ cross the bridge, Husky?
To get to the other side of the bridge.
Amen, brother. That's the right answer.
That's the answer.
It's as simple as it gets. To get to the other side. Looking for that circle, RRQ has not been too shabby today. 15 average points. What's weird is they've got 21 eliminations and only 9 placement points out of the past 2 games. They're playing that aggression. They're not finding that final circle. That's weird because RRQ is always in that final circle.
Yeah, and you know, out of the 9 placement points, 1 is from round 2 and the rest is from round 1, right? They finished 3rd.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see that big disparity, very skewed towards this first round performance. Round 2 didn't go the way that they want, but right now they get a slightly slower start, which is a complete different contrast to the first 2 rounds we saw where they got off to a hot start. They were racking up eliminations. Not this time.
And WAG up against EVOS Divine in the points battle. It's a 27-24. Vietnam winning this out, but not by a lot. And we are just at the start of Game 3. So many more opportunities for EVOS Divine to catch up. Because I don't know about you, but I do not believe in punishments as, you know, eating something spicy. I would never subject myself to that because I know I will cry on broadcast. I do not know how these kids are agreeing to this. I cannot, bro. My ego cannot take it.
You're looking at all 3 regions, and in fact, including Malaysia, right? All of the regions, in fact, entire SCA, are pretty good with spicy food. I think Indonesian spice probably tops it all. I've once had the privilege of eating bakso, and then I ordered green chili one, and I didn't know that they stashed the green chili in the meatball. So imagine the horror when I bit down in public. I almost passed out, surrounded by the locals. But it was great.
Yeah, I do miss the FFWS Global, the one time where we flew
that
down into
too.
Thailand. Oh man, the food there was just phenomenal. The expensive restaurants were decent. You know, by the side of the road, these small little, vendors that we were finding with all of the snacks that we were getting. My goodness me, I ate well in Thailand.
No, I ate really well. It was a great experience. You know, for the short 3-4 days that we were there. I remember weather was pretty chilly, right? It was raining a lot, but good spicy food keeps.
That was the first time I encountered yellow curry, bro. I didn't know Thailand had yellow curry. I knew
Yes, I
I knew
remember.
green curry, red curry, but yellow curry, that was the first time.
It's at that food court, right? Like we had a dinner after
Yeah.
rehearsal. Yeah, the yellow curry.
Sorry for making you guys hungry. But yellow curry, if you've never tried it out, man, you guys gotta try it out. Yellow curry from Thailand. Next level stuff. Saming, MNE2B, straight through the skull of Poon out of core memory. But it looks like the elimination's not there yet. Pickup could be on the way, but no, yet another knock comes on through. This is a chaos. Core memory taken on reverse red, rushing on in, Funky with the Drogon. And obviously the time turner is going to be the difference maker.
Well, somehow they snuck past to get the
Uh-oh.
revive, but Nameless still ends up getting the punishment. At the end of the day, valiant effort from Core Memory, but might not be enough. AG Global here to clean up house, and wow, pick up the rest of the members. There's a trip mine though. Poon able to get 2 knockdowns on both Baros and Q, but no finishes from either side. So AG Global ends up keeping the entire team standing.
Absolutely, man. I mean, crazy third-party attack. And AG Global obviously looking to be the bigger winner here. Up against Core Memory. They do have the numbers, but Barras down on the ground, and Cypher finds a flying shot with the M590 onto Axel.
Dominating.
What was that? Axel is completely separated from the rest of his team. There was 2 walls in between them, so support was not able to come through. But it feels like Vamos still wants to commit to this, and you can see AG Global, they're thinking about jumping off the second floor to flank Vamos, and this time Vamos, they make the call to back off. They don't want no more smoke. They've already lost Exo. They need to bring him back.
Oh, but great play by Vamos, currently on fire. The most number of eliminations held on the battlefield by this Malaysian team. And obviously, the past 2 games, we didn't really see a lot from them, but we are expecting a booyah here. We want to see what Gade brings to the table. We want to see how he has managed to manipulate the chemistry on the side of Team Vamos, whether or not he can bring out that more aggressive side.
And I think they have the right team to do so as well. Especially, you know, when we look back at some of the members of Vamos, we disregard the imports, right? We look at Axel, he was one of the top sniper support players at one point, right? I think Pete was at Expand. We see him, you know, kind of move around after that. And right now, you kind of pair them up with players like Gade. I do think Vamos, they have the ingredients, and now he's trying to find the right balance and how do you manage their movements on the map, especially for EXO, who has, you know, taken quite a lot of time to adjust to try playing from long range and needing to step up when the CQC.
Looks like the revival platform used by Reverse Red, a rare occasion. All 3 players brought back. And 1 goal! Speaking of 3 players brought back, he was divine, just annihilated the Booyah winners of the previous match. Beautifully done.
Just erased the entire bloodline. What was that from EVOS? This is 11th place finish for AG Global. WAG is going to get jumped on. Esports actually didn't commit to that, so WAG gets a free pass for now.
Well, patience gameplay first. But LBT's not hiding anymore. And look at X4, baby. KK Lunga mode activated. A shot from afar. But it is not over just yet. WAG, they do have that high ground. X4 knocking Nkang down. Allen making his way to LBT, but the Rebel Rush puts him right in the crosshairs of his enemies. But Lao Ho is jetting it out of there, hightailing as quickly as possible. He's brought in the Wukong active skill card. I want to see him turn into a bush, but before that, I want to see him pick up some extra coins so we can find PE in that final circle.
Yeah, he built so fast. PE Sports from the get-go knew that they were not going to win that fight. So sending Lao Ho out to save the team. And he might just run into reverse red on top of the hill. So this could be where PE Sports gets stopped once more. Falcons continuing this rotation. Expand right in front of them. seems like an isolated member is about. They're trying to spray him down, but it's either you get hit by Falcons or Evos in front of you, and somehow Coach finds the snipe on the Keroro.
Prince Vandaria says no Hindi, no watching. I say no 1K likes, no Hindi. Come on, we've got 900 people in here. Hit that like, baby. Let's get to 1K as quickly as possible, preferably before this game is all over. We still have 10 teams alive and kicking, 32 players, and this circle cannot handle that many.
Definitely not. Somehow Expanse still hanging on, but by a thread. The amount of teams surrounding this kind of gathering in the center place is just increased. Almost double. Heavy and GOW just flew in, but Heavy just parked themselves smack in the center.
Let's see if or not Falcons will be able to pick up those points, because at the moment everybody is playing chicken. Everybody is meditating in their own small little compound, waiting for the inner peace before, not looking for dinner, please, but PE Sports making that exit. I think they want to find their dinner first.
There's enough time to think about the next round. Actually, they get eliminated without any eliminations. So I take that back. It's actually pretty underwhelming for PE Sports. They haven't even passed the 20-point mark, total points in 3 rounds, which is pretty worrying.
RRQ. Pressure onto reverse red, and it's WAG with the quick shot and elimination onto Diamond. Nameless now exposed as well. Doesn't really want to put himself in an unfortunate position out in the open. So he second guesses taking the shot up against Nameless, which is a blessing as Nameless is allowed to recover alongside the rest of his players.
Given some respite and breathing room. Reverse red now know that RQ is right in front of them. They should have an idea where WAG is at, and WAG, they are just watching this go down. Just waiting to see who bites the bait first. There's no need for them to take a fight. Reverse red, they want to move away. What a snipe! What was that from out? 2 in a row just like that?
Beautiful plays coming on through. But the rest of these players, though, everybody's hiding away from the battle behind any wall that they can find. Pura Ramayana khatam hai, banda abhi bhi divar ke piche hai. Everybody is waiting behind those walls because they don't want to be dropping outside. The center Saming will not be able to survive. Riptide Rhythm looking for him, and obviously WAG from the opposite side with that phenomenal snipe. But up against RRQ, between RRQ and GOW, WAG has got their work cut out for them.
Holy cow, we need that slow-mo from Ma'ao. What was that twofer? Crazy tracking with to shoot 2 members out of the vehicle. Reverse red out of the picture right now, so RQ can turn their attention to WAG. And with GOW on the horizon too, WAG, they gotta somehow find a way up this hill.
The RRQ 2 eliminations at this point of time. It's not a lot to scream about. And up against WAG. Glue wall melters all laid out, but it finds absolutely nobody. WAG has already rotated over. RRQ trying to find some vantage point here, some line of sight, but this terrain worked very well by the Vietnamese squad. But it is going to be a battle of brothers between Vietnam, GOW fighting WAG.
Let's see one. GOW pushing into WAG. The glue wall separating the battlefield. Riptide Rhythm! Big one to expose WAG, and Evos gets the pick on them like it's a buffet. WAG left with just 1. He's gonna drop 2. Xbor somehow still hiding within the wild, but unfortunately the circle hurts too much. He tried to fly into the same zone. Might just land on top of Falcons and also Evos. This is not the spot he needs to be in. Drops the blue wall, makes it to safety. He is still alive. Not anymore.
Unfortunate with that launchpad action, still landed outside the circle and then later on caught out by the Falcon players. And now Indonesia has an opportunity to bring the camera to Conchita Caroline. But will Falcon put a stop to that? Will GOW give us Yunso? We all want to see exactly which host we get after this.
If they don't want to do it for the fans, do it for the host. Come on, RQ. First one to get dropped to their knees. 2 more left alive. GOW only losing Dian. Demon also getting picked up by Peter from afar. There's no rescue there, unfortunately. Falcons looking to be in prime position to get the second Booyah thus far.
Yeah, Falcon says no Conchita, no Yunsol. You're coming back to us once again, baby. 57% potential win rate here for the Thai squad. And it looks like GOW, with the lack of numbers, will not be able to do anything aggressive. Even if they try, it's probably going to be to sneak off a couple of points. But everybody's playing chicken now. They don't want to get into the early scuffle.
Yeah, what is the move from Falcons? I think that's going to be the question for now. I think there was a launch pad dropped by 18 Deer. He's going to fly on top of the roof. As the circle is moving, he's going to get there before the safe zone covers him. So he's traced some of his health, using it as a resource to get an innate advantage, a positional advantage. Good vantage point for RQ. Up by on top of the roof. Falcons see that, but they have no info where GOW is at for now.
Oh, 15 eliminations, strong for the side of Falcons. Looking for GOW, but at the same time, making sure they do not get caught in the crosshairs of RRQ, who are patiently awaiting Falcons to make a mistake here. Taking their spot on that second floor is just golden in terms of prioritizing here for Falcons. Now, they've got a vantage point, but where's the next circle going to go to?
Yeah, I mean, steps on a trip mine that was laid down by Peter, so that is just unlucky. It's crunch time for GOW. They need to somehow move in a little bit. With Falcons taking the center building, it could not have been any better if you're a Team Falcons fan. This is such a great position. RQ Kazu not too shabby too, but they are outnumbered.
Everybody is hugging a wall at this point of time. The question is, are we going to see them hop into action only when that circle starts to move? Because that's just pure chaos, right? Nobody can deal with that. So they're just leaving this one up to luck. Nobody is actually going in here to take the initiative to engage with anyone else.
Yeah, the fact that we rounds now last longer than average means that teams have a lot more time to adjust. But also it's the suspense, right? The moving final circle, that it's going to be the killer. See Falcons feeling so comfortable in that building. And RQ, they have no choice. GOW is the easiest picking target for them to go for.
Uh-oh. Well, it looks like the circle's not moving. Instead, it's tightening on all of these players, which means we may just be able to see a medkit battle. Abe's actually picking up all of the medkits from the rest of his team members, which means 18D is going to hop on in here to find the battle. Abe is going to be patching himself up, hoping and praying nobody finds him.
If you get the timing right, they could just outlast the odds. But 18 Deer needs to make the hell of a performance, right? This could be one of the highlight plays for whatever social media you see highlights on. X, Reddit, Facebook, YouTube, GOW ready for the fight as well. They put down the glue wall just in case because 18 Deer is exposed to the left side. So they don't want that Abai perch himself on top of the wall. This is about to get messy.
Yeah, I mean, the center point of this circle is out in the open. Kororo will be able to find Abe. He expires.
No.
8 India down as well. Kororo from down at the bottom. I don't even know how he find the connection on top of that roof, but that was a beautiful play. Kororo single-handedly shutting down RRQ. And now GOW, they need to hop one out of the window. Potato up onto the second floor as well. From the balcony, on with the pressure. Kororo on fire as Falcons secures a booyah.
Oh man, RQ, they put all their eggs in the Abe basket. But the one with the medkit was the first one that went down. Can you imagine the sheer panic in 18 Deer's head when he saw that happen? Good attempt by RQ Kazu, but the odds were stacked against them from the start. Congratulations to Team Falcon's second booyah of the evening. Really making quick work of every other team, and of course paying homage to that Red Bull again in their hands. You can see that true to the name, right? Falcons, they have wings, and Red Bull gives them wings.
Third booyah of the competition. We are only in the second day here. Second booyah of the day. When Buriram is not at home, the Falcons come out to play.
And play they did. I think almost like is it close to a 30 bomb? I think it's a 30-point round, right? 18 eliminations plus a booyah. Yeah, that's a 30-point for Team Falcons. So now 27 points ahead of BRU in the current standings. And obviously BRU still sort of have the advantage due to their performance yesterday, but Falcons are catching up incredibly fast. In fact, I believe it's 19 eliminations, so 31 points, the highest we've seen today.
Yeah, solid stuff coming through from them, and a total of 70 points. That's the case picked up here by Falcons, if that was 19 eliminations, because all thanks to the extra 12 from the Booyah as well puts them in a very decent position. But now 3 games in a row, only one nation has dominated, and that is Thailand. It looks like we are going old school here once again in the world of Free Fire.
Yeah, it's quite a shame, but you can't blame the Thailand for being such a strong region, right? The team's just too solid. Once more, we get the Holy Trinity in the final circle, but it's the Thais that came out on top. So we've got 3 more rounds to go. Team Falcons really coming into play today, understanding the assignment, knowing that they are done for the week after the day ends. So they gotta rack up as much points as possible to create a vacuum of advantage.
That's a good reason why they were the champions of the Esports World Cup. The kind of tenacity they brought out there, where they were just nowhere to winning, and all of a sudden they were champions in the most massive way, right? Because they got close to a 40 bomber on one of the biggest stages in the world of Free Fire. So, I mean, if Falcons could get it done at that point of time, you know they deal very well with pressure. And the pressure here this time was just to catch up with Buriram, overtake them, and that has been successfully completed by the end of 3 rounds. And we still have 3 more games to go. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, let's take the camera, throw it back once again to the Thailand crew.
Hi guys, with us again, the post interview, because we are with the Thai team, Team Falcons. Okay, introduce yourself please.
แนะนำตัวหน่อยครับ
สวัสดีครับ ผมฟาคอนปีเตอร์ครับ
Okay, so Peter, we would like to know that how many booyah you aim to get each day.
คำถามแรกวันนี้ ปกติแล้วเราตั้งเป้าไว้ในแต่ละวันเนี่ยสักกี่บูย่าครับสำหรับทีมเรา
ก็กี่บูย่าพวกผมไม่เกี่ยงครับ ขอแค่คะแนน 1-3 ครับในแต่ละวัน
We didn't focus much on getting booyah, we just aim to have the top 3 each day. Okay, so what does the new member Potato bring to your team?
เรามีสมาชิกใหม่ก็คือโปเตโต้เข้ามาเนี่ยณตอนนี้พอเขาเข้ามาเนี่ยมันนำพาอะไรมากับตัวน้องเขาบ้างสร้าง Impact อะไรกับทีมเราบ้างครับ
ก็ทำให้ข้างหน้าแข็งขึ้นครับ แล้วก็ทำให้ตัว 3 ตัว 4 เล่นง่ายขึ้น
He play rusher, right?
Yes.
So he is the rusher and he make the team getting stronger and another position can play easier. Okay, so for a third question, which group in this season you think is the most difficult?
หลังจากแบ่งกลุ่มการแข่งขันมา3กลุ่มเนี่ย ABC คิดว่ากลุ่มไหนดูจะยากที่สุดในบรรดา3กลุ่ม
ก็น่าจะเป็นกลุ่มบุรีรัมย์ครับ เพราะว่าเขาก็เต็ง1อยู่แล้วครับทีมนี้
I think it's Group A which has Buriram United Esports because they are away like the dark horse. Okay, so for the last question, can you leave the message to your old rival BTR?
คำถามสุดท้ายแล้วฝากอะไรถึงศัตรูเก่าแล้วหน่อย BTR
ก็เข้ารอบชิงไม่ให้ได้นะครับ BTR เดี๋ยวพวกผมไปรอในรอบชิง
Okay, to BTR, please get into the grand final. We will be waiting for you there. Okay, guys, thank you for the interview, and I hope BTR got a good message from him. Now let's get back to the shoutcaster. Bye.
That's dirty Thailand, okay? Don't beat down on Bigatron Delta. They're already hurting. They're not even playing today, okay? They're nowhere near the top at this moment, Husky.
I mean, for now, no, but it's an invitation, right? Well, it's less of an invitation and more of a decree, right? If the Falcons want you there, you better make sure you get there, because there was a period of time we called BTR the Falcon Slayer, and guess what? That didn't last too long. Falcons came back strong, dominated everyone again, and made sure that in that head-to-head against BTR, it wasn't even close. But they still give respect to BTR, who taught them where and how to improve more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. P Esports wasn't really on the lucky end in this matchup. Very early demise for them. And pretty much we saw the same thing happening to many of these squads as they tried to trickle in towards this final circle. But the final battle where Falcons won it, it was just pure IQ plays with the reposition onto the second floor and then taking advantage from there. And before the circle shrunk in low enough, it was the plays to knock those players on the roof down. Like you said, Abe was the first one to get taken down, but it is this man, Potato, we did not see all that too much in action, but obviously doing so much for the squad. 7 eliminations in total, 2,982 on the damage, which means he was very proficient with the finishes, and I'm very sure the assists from the rest of his team members would be pretty solid.
And as the new rusher of the team, really stepping up to his name, I feel like as a rusher, there's so much consideration that you need to take into when you have that role. And as a kind of a new face in one of the most prestigious teams globally for Free Fire, that's gotta be a heavy responsibility. And yet he steps up, right, earning that MVP title. And this game, just like any other matches, Falcons just showed us that solid decision making that won them the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at the active skills here. Basic, no Oscar still being run. Nobody wants to bust through all of those glue walls and play that electrotherapy. As a matter of fact, electrotherapy is not on the use here for Team Falcons. They're not looking for that aggressive approach, but they're looking to play that sustainability on the battlefield, trying to play it a little safe. I understand why, and clearly it's working out well for them.
Insanely well, I might add. I think overall Team Falcons just showing off that they are, I think, aside from a couple of special mentions, obviously including BRU, one of the most solid teams right now. Everyone's dealing their fair share of damages. Limit is putting in the assist for his team, and just very controlled, right? It feels like unless you outwit them or you overpower them, you out micro them, Falcons is just a well-oiled machine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as I assumed earlier when I looked at the stats of Potato, obviously some of the other team members had a lot of assists, and those people were Peter and Limit. Limit obviously from those long-range engagements, but what a crazy stat, man. 12 assists is just next level stuff, and Kororo getting a double highlight here for the overall number of eliminations as well as knockdowns, alongside Police One with the 5 headshots.
When you think back in the day, it was Peter that's racking up all these eliminations, but now he has passed on the torch. He's taken that backseat, but still putting out numbers. Of course, special shout out to PLS1 with that 5 headshots. Just not enough to give Heavy that leverage that they were looking for, right? Like a lot of these headshots can just come from knockdowns or heavy damage to the enemy defense, but doesn't translate into much, at least not for Heavy.
31 solid points, and right behind them, Indonesia rising up to the occasion. Esports Divine and RRQ with a 16 and 12. But let's fast forward towards the bottom. PE Sports, Core Memory, Expand, Reverse Red, AG Global, and Heavy, the teams to walk away with less than 10 points off of this matchup. And obviously, we are going to see this happen quite a number of times. But teams like Core Memory, they should be picking up the pace now, or else it's going to be a little too late.
Which is a big shocker, right? Because Core Memory is not like it's a completely new team. Well, the name is new, but the players in the team, they have been on the world stage before, right? Heck, some of them even won the World Championship, the World Series at one point in time. But yet, here they are, not able to find any sort of pacing. 10 points in 3 rounds. That's an average of 3 points-ish, 3 points and a couple of decimals per round. PE Sports even sadder, right? 8 points over 3 rounds, not even an average of 10. That really speaks volumes of how they have not been able to find their groove today.
17 points at the top, AG Global behind them, and look at the disparity of points here that Falcons have created for themselves, pulling a Buriram very early on in the day. 3 more games to go though, but let's take a peek at the overall standings. That Falcons finally take a dominant standing on that #1 spot with a total of 3 booyahs to their name.
The Falcons have officially ran away with the day. So right now, it's up to the rest of the teams to see if they can kind of overtake the second benchmark, which is BRU's point. RRQ Kazu, AG Global getting pretty close. I mean, Heavy also catching up. See the Vietnamese teams, Heavy and PE Sports, who are playing today, they have plenty of opportunities to make it happen. But for Indonesia, it's only RRQ Kazu who is even remotely close to BRU.
Yeah, I mean, it is obviously going to be a close fight, but in this marathon of 6 weeks of knockout stage, I'm all right, bro.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities for these teams to catch up. I mean, phase 1 is probably the more forgiving one. When you come to phase 2, that's where it gets heated up a little bit. But sometimes when you are in a very heated game, you fear that your device might not be able to hold up to give you the best experience. Don't worry, we got the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Has everything that you need as a gamer, as a photographer, videographer, or you just want to flex your phone and technology. It is equipped with next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor and featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics.
Absolutely, and of course, let's not forget the powerful AI capabilities and top-tier performance that the Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers. And that's exactly what all of these players out there are. Professional gamers capable of slaying on the highest stage possible. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the players are gearing up for game number 4. That is to be set shortly. I'm curious what is about to happen on Alpine.
Falcons run away with this round again. I think it is a very clear sign that if BRU is not around, Falcons is the next in line, right? The next to take over the throne. Heck, I feel like the Thai scene right now, there's no longer one super dominant team. We kind of are seeing that break in power. There's a power struggle, but in a healthy manner.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Vietnam looking to prove themselves out there today, but it is not happening. Yesterday was a fantastic day where we got to see them really climb up the leaderboard. Heavy P Esports, Team Flash overall did phenomenally well. Today though, P Esports really struggling. 3 games have completed, have elapsed, and PE only has 8 points in total.
And on the other side, something a lot more uplifting is Russia from EVOS, right? 9 eliminations so far, 4.8k damage and 3 headshots. Obviously, the overall rankings is not the most flashy, but it definitely is one of the up-and-comings for the Indonesian teams. I remember, right, even back then when we did these community level events, those fun matches, you see these young players, they come out of nowhere and they are just mopping the floor with people who are twice their age or who have been in the scene for way longer than they have. And right now they get the chance to show themselves. The moment they qualify and be eligible for competition, they show up and they show up big time.
Yeah, and obviously these are the kinds of stats we want to see out there as well. Team Falcons, you saw in 2 of the stats, they were number 2 overall, but I think those have not been updated just yet because after what they have done here today, they are ranked number 1 for sure as far as the placement points or the eliminations are concerned. Average number of games played, on the other hand, obviously Buriram's going to take the cake because they've got lesser games played with phenomenal number of points collected from yesterday, right? Overall, it is going to be an internal battle between Thailand for sure, but I really want to see other regions jump into this fight. I really want to see RRQ finally start the battle for points, but it seems like they are just practicing for phase 2 of the competition instead of going wild just yet.
I think the only minor setback was that round 2 where they were not able to get much going, right? In round 1 and 3, they had a pretty decent run, making it a top 3 in both of the rounds and finishing 3rd in both of the rounds as well. So coming into round number 4, this is RQ's chance to overtake BRU on the leaderboard and start establishing themselves as one of the powerhouses.
Absolutely, man. But of course, let's take a look at the game schedule once again. So far, it's just been a Thai-dominated day here. Day 2, week 1 of the knockout stage. It was Falcons on both Kalahari and Purgatory, AG Global on Nextterra. We've got 3 more games to go. 2 maps we know, 1 random one we will find out a little bit later on down the day. This next matchup, it is going to be Alpine for game 4.
Alpine is a very scary map, I think, for the Malaysian team. Well, back then we have Expand who are very well versed on this map, but right now it has changed. But guess who is still one of the top 3? It's Team Falcons, again at the top, 28 points and 16 eliminations, and it was the map that they got the booyah on as well yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where we want to see Falcons really take this up to the next level. Run away with the games, run away with the points. Don't let Buriram catch up to you because you know they will not need an invitation to get the job done. But of course, I have got my eyes on Team Heavy as well. My question is, when are they going to rise up to the occasion here, Husky?
Hopefully now. I think if they don't do it now, I'm not sure when they can do it again. So
Yeah.
without further ado, time to go. We're heading to Alpine for round number 4. And right back into the action we go. We see some early scuffles ready. In fact, this time it's a local derby. We see Vamos and Expand duking it out. Some damages being put on. So far, no casualties just yet. You know, they kind of get to back off a little bit.
Of course, Expand quickly repositioning. They know not that they are walking straight into G'day and his XMA. Early shots and Walls turns his back on him. Max 7 in hand. And that he managed to turn around in the right time. They are playing that.
And I think, you know, for Expand right now, being able to duck away from Vamos, they're taking chip damages, right? In these early games, these chip damages matters a lot. But somehow, G'day needs to hold his ground. I think overall right now, Vamos, wait a minute. In the blink of an eye, they found a couple of eliminations. 3 points on the board. It's number 4. Luki ends up going down, and in this derby, it's Vamos coming out on top.
Absolutely. He was divine now. Slow but steady approach. Apologies for a little difficulty at the start of this match, boys and girls. We are to get that fixed. A good ocular scan coming on through from the side of line. All 4 players of Core Memory spotted out already. So Evo Divine knowing exactly where to this pressure from. Can they play this counter as Core Memory aggressively takes that lower floor of their building?
And I think that this is gonna give Core Memory a very good spot to work with. You know, you hear that's the first siren. They're gonna start closing in a little bit. For Evo, they are pretty spread out. So Core Memory needs to be more careful with where they stand. They have come a super long way. So in the grand scheme of things, I think if you are aspiring teams, if you are teams that are trying to come back from the brink, this is one of the few references you can look at. Evo's Divine somehow able to avoid WAD for now, but I wonder for how long.
I didn't pay my internet bill. Connecting my I'm just kidding. I don't know what's happening to them. We'll bring down the deep. As WAG rushes on in to collect points. Aim got really low. Ray probably doesn't have a medkit on him. This looks like it's going to be game over shortly for Evo's Divine.
Evo's Divine, they don't get it together. This really is going to be lights out. And like that, I mean, we've already lost 2 teams so far in 10 minutes, and I'm not really sure how long Evo's can hold on.
Well, they pretty well, pretty long. They were low. They should have been wiped on the ball big time.
But man, Evo's really coming out on the other end. But still, WAG, they're still in the game. Thank God, haven't been eliminated just yet, but suffering massive damage. But if you're Evo's Divine, you're breathing a big sigh of relief right now.
My goodness, that was crazy. Asia gets to breathe a sigh of relief for sure after that mistake from Vietnam. But once again, the exact two same regions in question. RRQ up against GOW. But yeah, it looks like RRQ both the horn yet. They don't know who that is, and they don't find out.
Yeah, and I think it's better for RRQ to kind of stay still for now. There's really not much that they need to do. They even have the arsenal, right? A Sunsight. Usually you want to stock up, and if there's no reason to kind of play fast, you kind of take it slow. Again, RRQ Kazu then in no rush to make any big plays. They are almost in top 3. They just need one good round to overtake BRU. If anything, you stock up for the mid to late game. Let the other teams fight it out.
Absolutely, man. That was a fantastic 2v3 in the situation for Evo's Divine, and they survived that fantastically well. Chaos between Falcons and Vamos as Lozzy loses his life to the skills of and that M590, and it looks like the rest of the team members are almost a long way away. Axe about to be caught out as Karoro spots him crossing.
That is a big cross too, taking a couple of shots.
Spots him crossing.
That is a big cross too, taking a couple of shots, and Karoro doesn't miss those. And now EXO will be forced to run into the second floor, getting chased now, not just by Karoro, but the rest of Team Falcon. Best case scenario, he gets a trade back, but it's not gonna be easy.
So beautifully done, and it's Karoro onto the shot of Axel from outside the window. The pressure played phenomenally well by Falcon. 2 booyahs in the bag of
but on the other hand, more memory up against the first red. A scuffle and chaos.
Reverse red, making it even worse for core memory, and one core memory for them will be the barrels of reverse red pointed at them. The cross has locked in, and an instant elimination from the lobby.
Reverse red coming out on top. 5 eliminations so far, getting some space to work with at Garrison. Now get to rotate down to the south side. They did rack up some resources along the way. Would have obviously wanted a bit more of that glue wall in their inventory, but overall, one of the better outcomes considering their reverse red hasn't been themselves in the first half of the day.
Oh, okay, there you go. My screen's back. Sorry, guys. But at the end of the day, I'm just the match still running, and the plays are not the ones dropped. If you do avoid it, absolutely fine, as long as we don't lose the progress of these masters of the Evo's Divine. They have a phenomenal start here. 8 eliminations, followed by heavy 5 eliminations. I want to see them in the final circle. This is what I'm talking about, chat. The fight of the underdogs. I want to see Heavy walk away with a booyah today.
One of the bloodiest rounds as well, right? We are like 9 minutes in, and we left like... Overall, right now, we're gonna see across the battlefield, Yanbin so low to pretty great retirement. A couple of blue walls getting blasted down and ready to receive this fight. Yanbin somehow messes up the launch pad, decides against it, not gonna fly over to reverse red alone, and it's just gonna call for that split. Reverse red now running uphill.
The launch pad will be used by DOW anytime now. Unless they want to take this fight up, it's going to be ice grenades laid out for reverse red to eat up first, and all of those blue wall methods laid out, but reverse red quickly getting round a phenomenal defense they set up there. And they could have run away from that fight, but they decided to stick it. And now Team Heavy, yet another Vietnamese squad. Let's see how they do well up against Vamos. They're tracing the squad all along as they keep the advantage inside the safe zone. Vamos very low. Axel shot out of the car. Get nice fight June as well.
kill.
2 for 2 now. And Heavy is cooking.
Cooking real good, serving up a full course dish. Getting 2 out of the 3 members of Vamos off that vehicle. What a shot from Get Nice and Hans. 7 eliminations. One of the best rounds that Heavy has experienced so far. Vamos still getting the revives in. But again, this is one of the few rounds, the first time today, that we are left with only half the teams. In fact, less than half the teams. You know, by the time we get into the mid to late game, a lot more bloody, a lot more fast pace.
Yeah. And of course, once again, chat, when I was explaining this, that's when we started getting disconnected. But I'll tell you this again. There were many questions. Why was my prediction heavy? Because they're not really a heavy hitting squad, pun intended, but it's all about the support for the underdog teams out there. It's not just about going out there and cheering for the top squads. It's also about expecting day after day the improvement from all of these teams down at the bottom. We want to see them climb up, and obviously putting them on our predictions list, we just hope to inspire them just a little bit to match up to that prediction, right? I mean, imagine being Heavy. They look at Mustachio's predictions and they're like, wait a minute, this guy thinks we can be the top 3. Let's see if we can get there. And I think this matchup, they are performing phenomenally well, but they just have to be a little careful here because look at this, man. Open grounds all around. Those maneuvering between compound to compound needs to be well thought out.
I agree. I think when you look back at FFWS last year, right? Like, we supported Hotshot, we supported Alcazia to make it out of the group. They almost did it, but here Heavy will try to do it their way, taking out Jun. And point number 8, Vamos in no position to fight. They just want to run away, but Heavy's not going to make it easy. Look at PLS1, he's running on top of the group. They are littering the second floor with utilities. A launch pad out the air. EXO gets shot down, Get Nice with point number 9.
Yeah, nobody can run away, and it looks like Gade is going to be shut down here out the window. He's looking for the launch pad. Can he get away? Aim is there. One more connection. Yes, he goes down, but it is Dew that interferes as well. But Get Nice will be able to find a final shot in there. Jun gets taken out of the equation. Overall, Vamos getting cooked by all of the squads, but Heavy still doing a heavy part of that cooking.
I think, you know, for Vamos, there's really nothing much you can do, right? Again, you can see they have no intention to fight, and sometimes you lose the battle when you lose the will to compete. And right now, Heavy on a roll, still Vamos in the game, in the running. RQ Kazu on top of the roof, GOW on the far end, on the ground floor. The only one out of 2 remaining teams from Vietnam. Vamos now out, 6 teams remain.
Oh no, I don't like the position Heavy is in. And look at them, man. They're on fire. They've got the most number of eliminations on this map right here, right now. But I don't know what luck has in store for them. RRQ, stop shooting them, man! Let them get to the final circle. Get Nice out in the open. Chinoy steals the shot away from RRQ. And Heavy is getting cooked out there because they have no cover.
Oh, come on. I don't know which one's worse. Heavy getting shot at by 10 different players, or RRQ doing the work but not getting any points. It seems like it's a lose-lose situation, but Heavy, they even have the portal go. I'm not sure who put that. I assume it's RRQ Kazu who did it, but just in case, even committing a Riptide Rhythm, beating the dead horse at this point. Heavy will not make it out of this for sure.
As anticipated, the open ground turning into the curse, the bane of the existence of Squad Heavy. And that's the final player. They are out in 6. And Falcons looking for the 3rd booyah of the day. Just like what Buriram did yesterday out of 6 matches. But only 3 eliminations so far. They're taking a soft approach this time round.
Just some space to breathe. No need to rush. We saw RQ Kazu. We saw Evo's GOW on the last stage as well. So it comes down to Falcons and perhaps a bit of AG. You see Falcons now needing to walk out of this compound into the open ground itself. Potato somehow. It's nice fortune as GOW is out.
Yep, Evo's Divine still alive. Falcons playing well with the circle, but due with the snipe from afar, that AWM puts Peter in an unfortunate situation. RRQ pelting them with all of those grenades. Kororo walking straight into the depth of the enemies and will be punished by Duns.
What was that? Falcons completely outnumbered, and now Potato has to fight from behind. The Tuxedo dash! Finds wow! Opportunity taken well, and Limit will take care of Duz as well. Falcons still somehow in the running with 2 more members left. They're right behind RRQ. Almost goes down, barely hangs on to a shred of HP, but now they gotta deal with not just Falcons, but also AG.
Oh, great play with the
Oh man.
time turner, and the knock comes on through, but Baros leading house. AG Global making sure Falcons do not get the back-to-back, but AG Global going for their second booyah of the day. Final Potato down, and AG Global shows everybody that Thailand is here to slay.
Damn you, Potato! Damn you! That was RRQ's game. That was RRQ's Kazu's opportunity to give us what we want, and yet first it was Potato that stopped them, and AG Global to clean up and reap the rewards. Another booyah going over to them. Only 2 Thai teams have got the booyahs today. 2 for Falcons, 2 for AG Global. It's an all-out Thailand affair today.
Absolutely, but obviously Falcons will not be replaced from that number 1 spot in terms of day 2 dominance, because they got to the final circle as well. But not a lot of eliminations though, so I'm pretty sure AG Global will be able to catch up slightly. The last time we checked the overall leaderboard, it was 70 points to Falcons, 45 in the hands of AG Global. I'm curious to see exactly how that has shifted. But overall, like you said, man, Potato, he kind of ruined the chances of RRQ chasing them down, and RRQ weren't keeping an eye on their back because of what AG Global was doing, shooting them from the front. All-out chaos put the Indonesian team in a little bit of a pickle, and AG Global running up to the top. So it looks like 4 games in a row we have been denied meeting Yunsol or Conchita.
And for 4 games in a row, so close yet so far. Indonesian and Vietnamese teams, they get close to top 3, top 4, but they cannot cross the finishing line. And it seems like it's the storyline for of the day. Still got 2 more rounds. We still got Bermuda and 1 random map, but man, I can't see anyone that can stop Falcons or AG Global now.
Chat, I know you want to see Yunsol. I know you want to see Conchita as well. So let us all manifest this together, okay? Next 2 games, no Thailand booyah, please. Okay, we have eaten way too much of Tom Yum today, and the spice, nobody can bear it. AG Global on fire after struggling yesterday. Falcons kind of keeping up the pressure up against Buriram, but just not as phenomenal as they have been doing here today. So it is a great bounce back, but enough is enough. I am done, Husky. I want to see the other regions too.
Yeah, I should drop Yunso a text and be like, hey, please, just one of them to step up. I don't know, WAG maybe, you know, they came close. It's a personal request, make it happen, please. Yeah. But no, jokes aside, sure, we didn't see RQ or Evos or WAG get any booyah, but the fact that they always come close, they always were in the final picture, I think it's a good enough start, right? They might not be top 3, but they have shown that they are also consistent in their own way. Let us throw you back to Thailand again to talk to AG Global about their booyah.
Hi guys, welcome back with us again because Thai team got another booyah, and here we are with All Gamer Global.
สวัสดีครับ ผมบารอสครับ
Baros, okay. So Baros, I would like to know that now you already have 2 booyah. What is your target for today?
ยินดีต้อนรับกลับเข้ามาสู่ช่วงสัมภาษณ์รอบที่ 3 ที่ 4 แล้วนะฮะอยู่กับทางด้านของบารอสจาก AG Global นะครับคำถามแรกถามว่าวันนี้เราเก็บไปแล้ว2 บูย่าเราคิดว่าวันนี้เป้าหมายของเราจะเอาสักกี่บูย่าหรือว่ากี่คะแนนดีครับ
เอาสัก100 คะแนนครับหรือมากกว่านั้นก็ได้
We aim for 100 points or maybe more. Okay, so after 4 games, which player in your team you think is the best play?
ผ่านไป4 เกมเล่นกันมาเนี่ยคิดว่าใครในทีมของเราเล่นได้ดีที่สุดวันนี้
ก็เล่นดีกันทุกคนครับช่วยกันเล่นช่วยกันเตือนได้ดี
I think all of us did well because we always help and support each other. Okay, so next, so if you could choose your dot point at the Purgatory, where should it be? Which you will choose?
ถ้าเลือกได้ในแผนที่แดนชำระบาปอยากเปลี่ยนเมืองเกิดของเราไปอยู่เมืองไหน
บราซิเลียครับ
บราซิเลียทำไมถึงเป็นบราซิเลียครับ
วงจบบ่อย
He said that he will choose Brasilia because it's like the last circle always happening there. Interesting. Right? Okay, so for the last question, what kind of playing style of other teams that you dislike the most?
ทีมเราอ่ะไม่ชอบเจอทีมสไตล์ไหนมากที่สุดหรือว่าไม่อยากเจอใครมากที่สุดครับ
ทีมแฟดครับ
ไม่อยากเจอแต่ว่ามาได้ตลอด
ใช่ครับ
ทำไมล่ะทำไมถึงไม่อยากเจอ
เจอจนเบื่อครับ
เบื่อแล้ว
He said that the team that he doesn't want to face is the Team Flash.
เบื่อแล้ว
Because it's kind of boring to keep facing with them. Okay, guys, thank you for this interview. Now let's get back to the shoutcaster. Bye.
I also agree. It's pretty boring, I think, for him to face off a team. I don't know. Maybe they beat them too much. Like, but come on. Pick someone your own size. All right, pick Falcons for crying out loud. Pick the team that got 2 booyahs. You get joy beating Team Flash.
I mean, he'll get his wish. He won't meet Team Flash today because Team Flash is not playing. So he's got 6 games back to back. He will not be burdened by shutting down Team Flash's plays. But yesterday, Team Flash was pretty flashy, so I'm actually looking forward to them making a big comeback. He's just a little salty because when Team Flash was there, AG Global could not dominate like how they're dominating today. And that's what I love about Team Flash and Vietnam overall, right? But of course, let's see if or not we can curse the Thai teams so that, I mean, Bellatrix as well as Mech, they are amazing. We love them, but we want to see some of these other regions shine as well. Yesterday was a heavy Thai day. Today seems to be a super heavy Thai day as well. It's not like I don't like it. I just want some variety.
I agree. I think, you know, as much as I'm a big lover of the Thai cuisine, of the Thai spice, and I love to use the talk about the Thailand region as a way to cope with us not being able to win anything. You know, we park it under Southeast Asia power. Yeah. I want to see other teams kind of not step up, but win the round. You know.
Yeah.
We got 6 rounds in a day. Maybe you give one to Indonesia, give the other one to Vietnam, and then the last one you do it free for all or something. You don't have to take everything. It's just week number 1. Come on.
But it's okay. I like this. I like the Thai teams going all out, but I want Vietnam as well as Indonesia to rip it away from them when they are the most confident. Obviously, I want to throw Malaysia into the mix as well, but we just have not seen the tenacity out of them. Famos is showing a lot of promise though, but we'll continue the conversation on them a little bit later on. Due this time not hitting as hard because he found those snipers a little bit late in the game. Initially, it was just the XM8. 4 eliminations, 3,337 on the damage, and 3 headshots running the sniper build.
It's just another day in the office for Dew. He's back on form. I think, you know, again, one of the few, I wouldn't say forgotten, but sideline sniper players, right? He had a very rough year, especially with AG Global. I think the last time we saw him kind of on peaked out was with Nigma Galaxy, and that was on the world stage when we were all in Thailand. They came so close and then they dropped out in the last round, and then he went on like a almost 2-year journey of just trying to find himself, and now I think he has with this new bunch of players in AG Global, especially Barros and Chinoy, who really have been kind of putting in their the money where their mouth is.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love this ideation coming through from them on the active skills. They are bringing in that Cassie and they're playing off meta with the K as well, taking advantage of that EP conversion, sticking together as a squad, playing it aggressive, playing it tanky with that Cassie as well as the electrotherapy, obviously keeping their rushes alive and kicking. That's what we want to see more out of teams like AG Global. But fingers crossed this is the last time, because like I said, 2 more games. I want Indonesia, Vietnam, maybe even a rare occasion for Malaysia to step it up.
Yeah, even the chat wants to see, you know, a non-Thai team win because we get different interviews, you know. So I'm with them. Usually I side with the strongest team, but today I side with the chat. Right? We are all in the same boat. you know, I'll throw in a bonus. Maybe a Malaysian team will get a booyah, right? It's a tough ass. You know, we get it like once every 2 seasons, but maybe let's start it off with this one, especially when you have. Whoa, what was that? Axel got a facelift.
Axel got. This is Vamos Axel Plus. All right, but his role is unidentified. That's not even Axel in the first place, so we're gonna ignore this. Okay,
Yeah.
we've got you and Barros, sniper with the 3,337 damage on for the highlight, and here for the support role, 5 eliminations from AG Barros. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors, we want to see in the chat, who do you think is gonna get the booyah on game number 5? We have got Nextterra on standby. I think it's gonna be heavy, and obviously in order for that to happen, Falcons need to clunk out early, but it seems like it's really tough, man, because Falcons has been on a tear today with the top 3 performance.
Yeah, with the last map I think being Bermuda, right? We got Bermuda for our last map, so that we're gonna go back to basics. This game, this round, slightly closer, you know, 24 points at the top, 18, 16, 15. So hopefully, when we look at the standings, Falcons in the lead as expected, but AG Global with the second booyah have caught up to second place.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And yes, Om Shinde is correct. If you guys get your predictions correct, you get a shout out on this live broadcast. Tell us, who do you think is going to grab the booyah on Nextterra? I see a prediction coming through from Grok for AG Global. He's expecting a back-to-back booyah for AG on Alpine as well as Bermuda. Sorry guys, I got that mixed up. It's not Nextterra, it's actually Bermuda. My apologies.
So you have your own, you know, prediction thing going on. I'm gonna raise the ante a little bit, right? You can predict who gets the booyah for AJ's side. Predict which team gets knocked out first. I'll shout you out if you can tell me which team gets too soon. I believe that's how the millennials say it.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you, let me put you in the spot. Who do you think is going to be the team that gets eliminated a little too soon?
I should ask myself that question, right? Based on statistics...
Falcons. I say Falcons. Falcons are going to get eliminated early in this next game.
You want Falcons. You want Falcons to get knocked out. Okay, Falcons pretty tough. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. And I'll say... WAG.
What?
Wait,
bro,
no, sorry.
Vietnam,
Wait,
bro.
that was my bad. River Spirit.
Okay, well, either way, you guys tell us your predictions. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the final 2 matches of the day. I'll be back, bro. All right.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. This is week 1, day 2. It's Husky alongside the Mustachio AJ to bring you the last 2 rounds. Starting with Bermuda for round number 5. And so far, it's been an all Thailand affair. 2 booyahs for AG Global, 2 booyahs for Team Falcons. And we know which team has been sipping on or chugging that Red Bull energy drink, because we are so honored to welcome them as our official energy drink partner for not just the spring season, but also for the fall season. Of course, use the hashtag get a taste for more, because it comes with a variety of flavor and it gives you wings to perform in your games.
Absolutely, man. And of course, you know, multiple predictions coming through the chat already. Some people think I'm very cheeky because I say Falcons are going to get eliminated early, but you know, fingers crossed, all right? I think that is going to happen. Shadow actually thinks that either WAG or AG Global is going to get eliminated early. Nasir says RRQ is going to hit the booyah. And I think Nasir is actually onto something. We were talking about who's going to get eliminated early. Nasir is taking one step ahead and saying who is going to walk away the booyah champion. And I kind of like that. I've been saying I want either Indonesia or Vietnam or maybe even Malaysia to rise up to the occasion. And if it's going to be RRQ, I think I'm on his side, and I agree with that prediction as well. Nasir, it's just you and me against the world now, bro.
Yeah, and of course, when we look at the schedule, again, AG Global has 2 booyahs, Falcons has 2 booyahs. We're going to Bermuda next. I also saw some of the chatters. They are supporting Malaysia, right? You know, Gafaru Gaming wants to see a Malaysian team. I remember seeing the Vasuki also cheering for Malaysia. You know, we are the minorities in this powerhouse region. But hey, if you get a booyah, I will cherish this moment for a long, long time. But I would say that today's game just is pretty fast. We started slow, but it's starting to ramp up as we progress. And when we look at Bermuda, 2 out of the 3 teams. Wait, hold on. The top 3 teams are not even playing today.
Exactly, man. It's okay, don't worry. That's exactly why you got the Mustachio in the house, baby. The top 3 teams that you can expect out there in battle for today would be RRQ, followed by Falcons, as well as WAG. But WAG being in the 3rd spot doesn't really mean much because they've only got a total of 17 points on Bermuda. But RRQ, once again, that's why I said Nasir's onto something. They're very proficient on Bermuda. There used to be a time where they used to dominate Kalahari. Times have been a-changing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if that prediction is correct, then RQ is going to bring us to Indonesia for the interview. They have come close so many times. Maybe 5th time's the charm. It's time to head to Bermuda.
Absolutely. And of course, it's not just Nasir. DX Complexity joining us as well. Name Messi joining us as well. Many people think that it is time for Indonesia to rise up to the occasion before we bring in the randomizer to determine who gets Lady Luck on their side. But for the time being, what a flight path cutting through Mars Electric all the way down to Riverside. I think someone predicted this Mars Electric fly as well.
Yeah, and someone did predict that if the flight path is clear, we might have clash in Mars Electric.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And dude, what is Om Shinde some sort of like telepathic crazy guy or something? Because he just predicted this so well. He said we're going to have multiple clashes somewhere near Mars Electric. Okay, maybe not so accurate, right? Because AG Global spread out and Mars Electric seems to be empty now.
Yeah, I think if it's a horizontal flight path, maybe it would make a lot more sense, right? This one is a vertical one. Either way, we still get a lot of early proximity clashes. You know, GOW, CRM, they are right beside each other, and of course GOW, they just pick up whatever they can find, back off. Spimasaki Strip, a very core piece of area on Bermuda that usually if you get to control, you have a lot of free ground to work with.
Absolutely. And of course, vending machine here for GOW to use if at all core memory comes in for a very aggressive takeover at Bima Sakti Strip. But GOW also has to reserve some of those coins for an emergency buyback in case things do go south. Many people predicted WAG to be that early exit, but Alan says to hell with your predictions. WAG gonna rise up high this time round. Lozzie now from afar. Vamos trying to tease WAG as well. And it looks like Lozzie's gonna be able to get away for the time being. But 4v1 up against this Malaysian kid, what can he do?
If anything, AG Esports are the ones that got off to a rough start because they did lose the first blood to Vamos. So they effectively lost 2 members at the start already. And 4 with the snipe, Lozzie ends up going down. Instant revive as expected from Vamos. These early games just if you lose a member, at least you get intel. Right? I think Vamos are probably on the far other end of the map.
Delena cheering on Vamos because she wants to go to EWC as well with the Malaysian squad. We understand, Delena.
I too can relate.
we all relate, right? But your day hasn't been having such a good day.
Yeah. I think the whole day has been suboptimal. He has been put on medic duty most of the time.
Let's see if that medic duty can save a little bit of GOW here, because obviously they need to patch themselves right back up. For Core Memory brings in the pressure. Core Memory has been struggling in today's day of play. And overall, 12 points picked up from 4 games. Bro, that's horrible in terms of averages.
It's an average of like 3 points per game, which, yes, it's not good. In fact, it's a grounds for being like bottom 3 at this point, right? Even though it's week 1, like it really sets you very, very far behind. Today somehow, I mean, we talked about him. He did get a snipe, I believe, on a heavy member off screen. GOW is still poking their heads in, trying to find any sort of an opportunity. Blocked out, but Cougar still stuck the shot through. The end goes down.
I mean, great defense by the end to protect the rest of his team members, but they all just got mowed down one after the other. It's not going to be WAG for the Flex exit. It looks like it is GOW in trouble. Demon, he has got the coins, but he has got no backup, and Vietnam is the one to lose a squad early on. GOW as the first team to say bye-bye.
Man, should have stuck with my very first prediction. I want to say GOW and I double back and say WAG, but hey, I was half right. GOW, first team to get knocked out. So we are left with WAG and Heavy and PE, but Heavy, they are a bit of an infighting going on here. Vamos trying to run them down, Get Nice out in the open. Exo in front, not even throwing his weapon this time. Get Nice might knock down. Second challenger, Lozzy will get the exchange. Mufasa runs them through, somehow is just shooting while walking and is still winning. Mufasa finds Lewis.
I mean, Mufasa was a badass in Lion King, and he is here as well, baby. Heavy, 4 eliminations strong, very well played. But up against Expand potentially now, we're looking for Heavy to pick up bigger points, but they're looking for this recovery play, and at the very least, to avoid this blue zone first in terms of the damage.
Still can take some of that punishment for now. Not too big, not too much time is lost. I think if you are them, you can just chill out for probably the next 2-3 minutes. The PE Esports running at this maze here. We'll see Reverse Red kind of making it out of that building. And wow, don't cry, getting caught from behind by Dew.
Absolutely, and it is easy recovery here. But the question is that Revival going to put them in a rough spot, because that opens up advantage from the front and pick up all these PE Sports players, because outside of this compound it's just an open area. If those high grounds, Esports in a lot of trouble, and the revive players dropping in front of RQ does not look good for PE.
RQ, opportunities right in the open. Jump Trace himself for one. Good to see it. 18 here trying to provide support via Bay. Now into the firefight, right into the burning field. Wow. So far, holding on pretty well. CRM can find him, but Abai rushes straight into a gun barrel and goes down.
Hey, they're supposed to get the booyah. What's happening to RRQ? This is all coming crashing down, and CRM, the team that's struggling in the day, is doing phenomenally well up against RRQ, the suspected booyah winners of this Bermuda map. This is just being turned on its head right now, but from afar, Ma'al will find Cougar. The recovery is going to be pretty solid here for CRM as they have the defensive spot, but Dutch will miss that launch grenade, just not finding the connection.
Hit the goalpost right at the side of the door, but Ma'al have a good angle from behind. Backstab, that's 2 in a row! Ma'al once more makes good of the opportunity given to him. And CRM broken, beaten, and battered. The Riptide Rhythm opens out both ends of the field. Dudes now takes advantage of that. And CRM will be forced to fight off the UAV in front, but Dudes will clean up house, and just like that, CRM cleaned up by 2 members of RRQ.
Aight. All right, Nasir, we still got it going, bro. That was a close call. I know Nasir and I, we were both like, oh, wait a minute. And obviously, Itachi, very happy that I got my prediction of the first team being eliminated wrong. But brother, we still have RRQ on the table. But as I say that, 18 Dia expanded by Nkang on the side of PE Sports. RRQ also the target of AG Global. But that's going to expire in the next few seconds as they make their way towards factory.
We saw a couple of substitutions for, Vamos and WAG. Hans getting backstab. So easy pickoff for Expand, getting the 3rd point of the day. Basically working this Kota Tour area. Again, we want to see them playing slow because they do struggle in these firefights. So might as well take it slow and steady, make those late rotations, and find the best possible position to give yourself that placement point chance. And they're going to try it again. And so far, they're doing pretty well.
There's a comment in the chat, Husky, saying that both of us are the #1 casters, but I don't like his name because that's my enemy team. Man United forever, baby.
Hey, I have nothing against football teams. I'm a Liverpool guy, but hey, if you're Man City, Man
You'll
United,
always walk alone then.
we will never walk alone. In fact, public enemy #1, I believe, is one of my friends' favorite team. Is called Arsenal.
Okay, we gotta start a very different kind of fight in the chat now. AG Global though, absolutely lose a Cypher as Luki pulls the snipe from afar. But obviously, AG is not gonna be breaking the sweat on this at all. Easy revival being brought back in here, but it looks like Expand wants to go in for the full-on fight.
They're driving a jet plane past these buildings with how loud those engines are. Dead giveaway that someone is arriving, and Barros should be ready for this fight. Multiple members of Expand going up the same floor though, so they would outnumber Barros if played right. Get nice pincer from behind. Today gets the finisher. 3rd point for Vamos. #4 on the cars. Mufasa running circles, but Suez chases him down.
Ooh, beautifully done by Suez. The pressure onto Heavy is perfect, and Vamos, the team that we have been desperately waiting for to awaken in the competition. All they've done is just go on this full-on revival spree. But we have seen some teams be pressured so much and still reach that final circle for some sort of magic. Let's see if that's going to happen. I predicted Falcons to be the first team to get eliminated. They didn't, but they almost did. Okay, guys, I almost got the prediction.
They got 3 revives. So we got pretty close, right? We got like 3 out of 4 members go down, and then they all got brought back. But maybe it will happen again against Evos, who are trying to make work off them. But they are making Evos work for it. Keroro is actually in the red. Oh, the red rhythm, look at that. All out in the open, and somehow it's still a trade. And 18 Dia is going to help out their Indonesian friends, taking a Keroro from the back. Falcons backstab with multiple angles. It's down to Peter to keep this run going.
It's EWOS versus Falcons, but RRQ winning as they take the shots from afar. Peter, sliver of hell. But Get Nice, is he going to get the deed done here?
Get him, Get Nice, get him.
Ah, he does! Ah, Falcons out early. I told you, chat. I might have gotten it wrong by 2, but I told you.
Now the playing field is wide open. The Indonesian teams are still around. RRQ with 6. Please don't take out Evos. We need to increase the chances, right? Let AimGod go. Please, come on. Come on, you. They've worked together to take out Falcons, right? They broke their alliance just like that. And AimGod, he is gonna go down, but Evos, they do have multiple members left.
Come on, Itachi. MTG Itachi, you eat your words right now, man.
And he is the Akatsuki, and he's loyal to Konoha, okay? So clearly, whatever he said was trickery. He didn't mean it.
Amen, brother. But obviously, chat now wants to know who's Yunsul. Yunsul's our very good friend from Vietnam. She's the host for the Vietnam side. But obviously, you guys haven't been able to see her today because Thailand has just been absolutely whooping everybody else. But PE Sports, one of the teams that might just be able to get this done and bring the camera to Yunsul, unless WAG takes them out and brings the camera themselves.
I think the WAG has come so close. I believe they can do it again. Come on, Cyrus, do it. Do it for the team, right? I believe this is his first game of the day. He just got subbed in Bermuda, so a lot of responsibilities. I like the WAG is letting this happen. Let AG Global take on PE Sports, and Ross finding one, but Nameless reverse red is getting the trade from afar.
Hey, bro, I'm just liking this, man. I mean, it's just the Thai team spraying on the Thai teams whilst the Vietnam is just sneaking away a couple of points.
What was that?
Explore, up top. Can we find a shutdown? Riptide Rhythm double sent out towards the players up on the roof, and WAG just walks away from it like it's nothing.
Oh, that was so dangerous, showing up on top of that. That could have been disastrous for them. So reverse red now gonna stick to the maze, but what is the plan for WAG? They want to take high ground, but they need to get a bit closer. There's Riptide Rhythm from behind, I believe, courtesy of Expand. So WAG now realize that they are sort of trapped in the middle, with two of their members stranded on top of the roof with no way out, and the blue zone taking their health away.
Absolutely. Now to the 800 people watching on the channel that I am watching this on, thank you so much for joining us on the chat. Don't forget to hit that like. If you have forgotten already, please do so right now. EVOS Divine making that exit as well. One lesser opportunity for us to bring the camera over to our new friend Conchita. But AG Global, as they approach the situation, it's gonna be a civil war between WAG and PE.
And WAG, they have kind of dealt themselves with a pretty, subpar card, but they're trying to make the best out of it, right? They lost Krillin, trying to run through the maze and get to the safe zone as much as possible. That glue wall broke just in time, but with PE Sports about to intercept them, WAG will have to engage in this fight. There's no way out.
WAG in a pickle now, but
whoa,
two players on the side of
whoa.
PE flattened as WAG rages on. 7 eliminations in hand already, but the next one on the line is going to be Cypher here. WAG also needs to deal with the pressure that Reverse Red can play on them from that lower ground, as they've already found a decent spot for defense.
Okay, they have recovered. They made it out of that area into potential safe zone, and now they have the vantage point. They have high ground. RQ Kazu right in the middle, but WAG plenty of opportunity, taking out AG Global. Xbor clocking in his 4th elimination and freeing up even more space for the rest of the round.
Yeah, hats off to Delena. She got this one right. She thinks X-Man is gonna get to the next circle, and it looks like these boys are still cooking. 7 eliminations already. But let's see how long more they can stand. They are the junior squad out of Malaysia in comparison to Vamos. And Reverse Red under pressure now. Glue wall melters all laid out. RRQ, the potential Booyah team, now under a lot of pressure as they cut the distance down up against Reverse Red.
RQ, if they can make this work, they're going to give themselves so much space to work with. And Reverse Red trying to figure out where RQ is going to strike from. Diamond and Nameless, the dynamic duo playing together on the left side. They're going to go for the swing! Abai somehow able to avert disaster. Blocks them out with the glue wall, and Duns finds Samin from afar. Sniper is down.
A timely placement of that glue wall to save him, but Abai now is going to get fresh once again, and the blue leaving all of them high and dry. This is danger zone for them, and Nameless will be the first one to bite the Duds, and Duds down on the ground, but it doesn't matter. It's a 1-for-1 trade as RRQ tries to back away from this fight.
Wait, Expand is the only team with the full squad left. Is this finally it? Do we have an opportunity? Because they gotta face up against RRQ. And Export
is gonna get this.
Dude, Export's making it possible, dude. He just took down one of the RRQ members. Here we go, Expand. Decos. Is this your moment? Abai loses out. They 1v1 trade. A fake from behind. 18 also goes down. Expand is making miracles happen.
Making miracles happen indeed. Do we get the uncles from Malaysia or Yunsul from Vietnam? Because RRQ, there's no way in hell they get this done now. Apik, Dekos, looking for that Booyah, and the circle is going to be moving towards the side of WAG. Vietnam now with the advantage to move early.
As much as I love my Malaysian friends, I want to see Yunsu, man. Give me Yunsu. Take out RRQ first. Get him there, go get him. And RRQ is out. It's down to Malaysia and Vietnam.
Well, Dekos now behind those glue walls. M590 in the hands of Cyrus, and he's not afraid to take the fight up against them. But Dekos cooking up the nade already. But once again, an underbaked egg. Afik and Dekos backing away. 2 players alive on the side of Expand, but a 56% potential win rate here for Vietnam for WAG.
Yeah, take us to Yunsu. Do it for Yunsu. Do it for Vietnam. Here we go. 3v2. Cyrus in. Gets Decos. And they have done it. WAG finally pulls through in the end. I think let's get one. Can he get the clutch off? Answer is no. No way in hell. Yunsu, here we come, baby. Here we come. WAG with the Booyah.
Booyah for Yunsu. Booyah for Vietnam. And this is the power
of a manifestation, chat. This is how we get it done, baby. Like Karo, you hit that like on the stream because this is how we get it done in the world of Free Fire Esports. When we want it, we get it. WAG delivering on the Vietnam interview. This is what I live for.
It's worth the wait. It's worth the wait for sure. 5 rounds of just missing out at the very last moment, but we finally get to see WAG pull through and get the win. But hey, shout out to Expand. One of the better rounds that they had. This round was incredible with how they played up until the last moments, but the circle didn't favor them and WAG just had their numbers.
I mean, clearly this was the best round for Expand because prior to the start of this round, they only had 17 points from 4 games. Obviously, the team was struggling, but to get to the final circle on this Bermuda map truly shows the fight that they had in them. And clearly, the Malaysians heard us as well. They're like, wait. They want an interview, not from Thailand, but they're only mentioning Indonesia as well as Vietnam. What an insult. Let us show them what we are made of. They got close enough. I want to see more of that fire, Malaysia. I want to see more from Expand. But for now, the spotlight on WAG.
Very well deserved. WAG really pulling out all the stops, and there was a moment in time where this would have been an Expand round had WAG not made it out of the maze of the bad cards they dealt themselves with, right? It was a conscious decision to put themselves in the line of fire. They somehow made it through all of that and got the booyah in the end. Very commendable effort. The adaptability really showed through.
Absolutely. So shout out to Shadow FF because he said WAG was going to be the first team to get eliminated from that lobby. You're wrong, my friend. Many of us got it wrong. Nasir, we didn't get it this time round, but it doesn't matter. Option Day almost got it right as well. But it end of the day, it was a phenomenally fun game to watch, and I'm happy. Okay, looks like my camera's not happy.
Yeah, I got the prediction wrong, so it's okay. I think AG is still around, but hey, I did say at the start of this that I did text Yunsul, and I think it happened. I think something happened on the Vietnam side. She manifested it, and now we get it. And I think for WAG, if anything, they've solidified their presence in this spring season and continues to be sort of the spearhead of the Vietnamese region.
You see, chat? You see? I am not the Yunsul. Now you know who he is. Back to you, so let's check out what Vietnam has to say.
And it's a booyah for the Vietnam for us. And hello everybody, welcome to the interview after the match. Right next to me is WAG Export. Can you say hello to the audience with me, please? Xin chào Export. Okay, so let's jump into the questions immediately. I can see that your lineup today, you guys put the Wii first into the team, right? But for some reason, it's so struggle for us to get the booyah. And now, you replaced the Wii with Cyrus, and you are here with me. May I ask why? Do you just want to test the team or something like that? Thì lời đầu tiên là Yusu xin được chúc mừng Esports cùng với đồng đội của mình là các bạn đã rất xuất sắc trong việc giành lấy được booyah ở trận đấu thứ 5 vừa rồi. Thì cho Yusu hỏi rằng là line-up đầu tiên của đội mình là có Tơ Quý, nhưng mà bây giờ là các bạn đã thay Tơ Quý bằng Cyrus rồi. Thì mình không biết là các bạn đang muốn test đội hình hay là như thế nào vậy ạ? Mà lần trước mình cũng đang hơi khá là khó khăn để có được booyah, nhưng bây giờ thì mình đã cân bằng lại rồi. Thì mục đích các bạn thay vào là như thế nào vậy? Là để test đội hình thôi hay là sao?
Thì 4 trận đầu tiên thì team mình cho Tây Quý vô là để thử coi bạn ấy bắn có ổn hay không. Nói thật ra để test thành viên mới thôi. Vì tại 4 trận đầu tiên thì Tây Quý bắn không được ổn định cho lắm, nên là team thay Sigurd vô.
First of all, his reason wants to put the Wii into the team is just to test the team, test the tactics, is everything okay or suitable with them or not. But later on, they found out that the situation is not pretty good. So they decided to put Cyrus back, and yes, here they are, a very successful team until now. Our second questions. I know that the new skill character, which is Oscar, is very good in this meta right now, but I was pretty curious that they decided to use it so soon. I know that WG haven't played Oscar yet, but how do you feel about this character? And how do you feel about those teams outside there using Oscar? Is it a threat to you or no? Thì Yusun thấy là chúng ta đang có một kỹ năng nhân vật mới, đó chính là Oscar. Thì mặc dù mình biết là WG chưa có sử dụng chiến thuật này vào trong bài vở của mình, Nhưng mà Yusuko thấy được rằng là có rất là nhiều đội tuyển khác họ cũng đang sử dụng Oscar như là một thử nghiệm hoặc là một bài chính của họ luôn. Thì Esports cảm thấy như thế nào về cái con bài này? Nó có gây khó khăn gì cho mình không? Hay là có gây ra một cái sự đe dọa, hoặc là Esports sẽ áp dụng bài này vô đội của mình hay không?
Nếu mà để nói về áp dụng chiến thuật mới thì cái này là do huấn luyện viên, chứ em không thể nào mà nói trước được. Với lại con Oscar thì em thấy con nhân vật mới đó khá là mạnh, nhưng mà team em thì chưa test được con đó nhiều ấy nên là chưa đem vô giải được.
Nếu như mà muốn được sử dụng vào trong đội của mình thì Esports có muốn những thành viên của mình, đồng đội của mình sử dụng Oscar để mình có thể thăng hoa hơn không?
Nếu mà được thì em vẫn muốn team em sử dụng con Oscar đấy.
For him, using Oscar or no, it depends on his coach. It's not his opinion. But literally, he can see that Oscar is a very strong meta and a strong character until now. If he wants, I asked him like if he wants to use Oscar in his team or not. He says definitely yes. So just a third question. Since you are having a race with EVOS right now, because we're gonna have a little game at the end of the show, do you have enough confidence that you will win EVOS or Russia? Đến với câu hỏi cuối cùng thì chúng ta đang ở trong một cái cuộc đua khá là gay cấn cùng với EVOS. Vì chúng ta sẽ có một cái trò chơi nho nhỏ ở phía cuối á, thì chúng ta cũng đã sát với kết thúc của giải đấu ngày hôm nay rồi. Esports nghĩ rằng là mình có thể chiến thắng được EVOS hoặc là Russia không ta?
Theo mình nghĩ thì chắc là có thể gỡ được ở game cuối ạ.
Gỡ được ở game cuối. Vậy nếu như mà mình thắng được Russia thì không, mình có lời gì muốn nói với bạn đó không?
Tân binh mới thì chắc là không có gì để nói rồi.
Ngắn gọn dữ vậy. For him, he said that maybe he can clutch the game at the end because there's only one more game left. But for Russia, Esports said, I don't have anything to say to the newbie in this game. Wow, that is really hot in here. I can see that. Well, good luck to you guys. Xin chúc mừng Esports một lần nữa, và mình mong các bạn là sẽ thật tỏa sáng ở trong game cuối cùng của chúng ta để có thể hoàn thiện một ngày thi đấu. Và mọi người hãy thật cố gắng lên nhé, tại vì game cuối nó sẽ rất là gay cấn và chúng ta hoàn toàn đâu có muốn thua Esports đâu, đúng không ta? Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
Thank you, Yunsu and Export, but ooh, it's hot, it's hot. Nothing to say to Russia? Seriously?
Wait, what's what?
Hey, look.
The take. The take
is
yes.
very hot. The atmosphere is pretty hot. Everything's pretty hot. Well, I'm feeling pretty hot too with how heated things are getting. But wow, the race, we did highlight both Russia and Export at the start. You know, both sniper role players, and then we have compared twice the points gathered by WAG and EVOS Divine across the day, and we are almost at the finishing line. And Export, the fact that he said, I have nothing to say to a newbie. Oh boy. Oh, you better put your money where your mouth is.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. That disrespect will not be taken lightly. I know Russia is itching to show everybody exactly what they're made of. And we also have to acknowledge, by the way, that although WAG has gotten their first booyah of the competition, that puts them, guess where? Right behind EVOS. They are in the 10th spot. EVOS ahead of them with 2 points. So, bro, maybe a little too early to say those things. But I like it. I like the fight. I like the fire.
I think for like Free Fire, you look at like 4 years ago, our players, they're too kind. You know, everyone is too nice. The only person that's willing to, tune it up a bit is Jonah for BRU. Everyone else too polite. I like this bit of confidence talk. But WAG Allen is our MVP for this game. 4 elims and with the Tatsuya, almost a 2.3k the total damage. Not the most flashy, but hey, gets the job done when he needs to.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. And I do agree with you. Obviously, we want more spicy trash talk out there. But of course, within those limits, right? We do it all with, of course, great respect and great love for our opponents. But at the same time, we want to smash them to the wall and walk away with the booyah and the trophy at the end of the day. But of course, we also have a prediction of the map for this randomizer as well. Delena in the chat is predicting that it's going to be Alpine for the next map. And I think it's going to be Alpine as well. Where do you think we're going to go, Husky?
I think it would be Kalahari.
Okay, Alpine
I mean,
Kalahari.
you know my answer. I'm a Kalahari boy, you know.
As long as you're not a calamari boy, that's absolutely fine. Chat, you let us know exactly where we are going to be going into. But dude, what in the world? Santino being dragged in here by Xbor. I don't know if or not. I mean, we've seen Clash Squad Santino, but Battle Royale Santino, I've got my question marks.
Yeah, it definitely is something that I personally didn't expect to kind of be in Battle Royale because of the abilities that he has. I guess for the side of WAG, Export did mention, right? Depending, like, the abilities, the characters that they choose is more of what the coach decides. We didn't get to see the Santino in effect because of how messy BR is, but maybe it does give them the repositioning ability.
Yeah.
We know that in Clash Squad it is pretty fancy. We need to see more though in Battle Royale.
Yeah, we've seen some funny Santino stuff, which I was pretty skeptical about, but we did see Santino working wonders in terms of confusing the opponents. But like you said, right, Battle Royale, a little chaotic, but maybe in all of that chaos that Santino could have made some sort of an impact. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see more from WAG and squad. Ma'al with a 5 elimination highlight this time around. Alan with the 24 glue balls expanded out there on the battlefield. And Lozzie stepping it up for Vamos. 7 on the headshots. That's not too bad at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of very commendable effort, I think. You know, this round, not just expand finishing second. I think Vamos also put in quite some numbers with the amount of action that they've been involved in, and not only involved in, but they are making use of it, right? A lot of times they lose out, but this time they're able to gather 5 eliminations for themselves. Expand obviously scoring a big 19. WAG and RQ right beside each other. 23 for WAG, 21 for RQ.
And let's take a look and see where does Vietnam sit overall in this one, right? All over the leaderboard. PE Esports and GOW just not cutting it for this game 5, but WAG picking up the slack for Vietnam. Not a massive booyah, but enough for them to maintain their top 12 spot for the time being in this first week. Overall standing though, as we take a peek at that, if you see the 10th spot, you can see WAG has sneaked in there, and guess what? Right in front of them, like I mentioned, it's EVOS Divine. Rasya is sitting there, the little kid that they don't care about.
Just a bit more, just 2 more points and they will tie up. And WAG, they were playing on a bit of the back foot today. On average, I think EVOS did edge out a bit more, but WAG with these big rounds definitely show that they are here to play. And we see the last round if WAG can overtake EVOS, because remember, this not just affects the whole statement that Export made, but it also affects the race at the end of the show between these two teams. So WAG, they've been leading the entire day up to this point. They have 1 more round to overtake EVOS.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is a opportunity to once again bring the camera over to either Vietnam, Malaysia. I'm not going to leave Malaysia out anymore. Okay, Expand really brought it to me in that final circle. Respect to you, Expand. So we may be able to bring it to somewhere other than Thailand. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of this action is not brought just by Red Bull. It's also by Samsung. The Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is the new king when gaming is concerned, right? Equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, featuring the enhanced Vulkan engine as well for improved ray tracing technology. Like you called it out, Husky, never did I ever imagine mobile devices having ray tracing for gaming.
Yeah, I remember like when ray tracing was introduced to a PC, right? You turn on ray tracing, your PC starts blowing smokes, but hey, Samsung can handle it, and that is the crazy thing. And even the AI technology, I believe the future is now, and I do believe that it is now. You want to crop out your auntie in the background in your photos? Just a snap of the finger, she is out of the picture, right? It's just you and this amazing scenery that you have. So Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is the one to go for.
Absolutely, man. Of course, we are pretty excited to see exactly where we're going to head on into. You guys have your predictions. I see some Kalaharis in there. Obviously, there was the Alpine pick by Delena and myself, and you had Kalahari, right? So let's see between the two, or do we not get either one of those?
Come on. Give me the Kalahari.
Give me the Alpine.
I've put the Kalahari since the dawn of the map.
Vietnam has an opportunity through heavy on Alpine. But oh my goodness, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it?
I think we should ask the chat mods to ban Delena from predicting, because I think she has some, I think she knows what's going on. It's fine. I think Alpine pretty good as well. WAG did come close in the previous game when AG Global got that booyah. And if we get the three-way fight between Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, maybe we expand in the picture, right? Top 4 fight. Hey, I don't mind that ending. It's gonna be quite a interesting one.
Absolutely. Of course, if you want to look at the dominators of Alpine from groups B and C, you're looking at Falcons, AG Global, and Heavy. If we want to throw in the top 4 there, RRQ is decent at picking up points here as well. But as far as placement points, top 3 goes, it's Falcons, AG, as well as RRQ. So there's a potential here that Heavy and RRQ can bring the spotlight away from Thailand, but it doesn't change the fact that Falcons and AG Global are your top dogs here.
Falcons 49 points on Alpine. Again, they played 2 Alpine matches prior to this. Got the one booyah yesterday, but AG Global, they were the one they scored their first one just now. And let's see if one of them will get that booyah again. I want to see Heavy on the map, right? Like these are the Heavy is sort of like the silent killer. 43 points, not too far behind. They had a decent run. They just couldn't cross the finishing line.
Absolutely, and of course, this is the final game of the day. It has come too soon once again. I cannot wait to get to the grand finals where we have a potential of 10 games. But of course, that being said, if we have monstrous first few rounds, we could even complete the day before we even reach match number 6. That's how crazy the grand finals is going to be this time around at FFWS Sea.
Yeah, with that being said, it's time to head into the final round of the day, heading into Alpine once more. Let's see if Thailand's going to bring it back or we finally get to visit Indonesia once more.
I'm looking forward to RRQ walking us into Indonesia, or it could just be a shocker for everyone. Maybe EVOS Divine, after being teased by WAG, will step it up this time round. And by the way, fun fact, when it comes to the overall leaderboard, WAG is 2 points behind EVOS Divine. When it comes to the performance from today, WAG is 2 points behind EVOS. So, I mean, what a timing for the trash talk.
Yeah, that's what makes it exciting, right? Like they're already pitted against each other in a head-to-head, and then they put the teams on the line, and now Export goes on and be like, hey, this guy he's a new guy, he's not important. Ooh. We'll see.
Well,
maybe Heavy can do the job for him, right? If they take down EVOS right now, Export is just gonna stand there and be like, look at these chumps, can't even beat Heavy, or something along the line. Russia is out. First blood for PLS1.
This is a tough one because Russia was the one that was at the receiving end of the trash talk. Unfortunate that he's the first one to be expanded. Mufasa with the Max 7 on for the spray. Conceal out in the open. I don't know what EVOS Divine is doing at this point of time. Just taking out all of these open shots up against Heavy. Obviously, they're trying to get lucky here, but Heavy denies all of those opportunities. An easy 3 points for the Vietnamese squad.
Somehow still in the game. They still got one guy left, but heavy damage being taken. I honestly thought that they would only lose maximum of 2, but to lose 3 at the start, it's not really what you want as EVOS, right? Like this, if they make an early exit here, it will be quite devastating. Aimgod does bring Ray back, which does mean one thing. Maybe the drop wasn't what they planned. They didn't expect that hot drop from the side of Heavy. PE Esports, on the other hand, they did run into a separate team, but was able to get some distance. Uh-oh, what is that? You see UAV takes it out.
I thought it was a player. It's alright. It's Mufasa trying to catch out yet another player from the side of EVOS, and he does that phenomenally well with the help of PLS1 from the back. 2 eliminations for the man now. And shout out, by the way, to Gafarol's Gaming. Yet another supporter here in chat for Malaysia. Can we see the Malaysian fans in the chat? Come on, guys. Bring it out. We want to see you guys as well.
Come on, we're so close. And just in time, because Heavy is about to run into Expand, and Heavy is on fire. 4 eliminations. Let's see if Expand can replicate the success that they had in the previous game. Meanwhile, on the other hand, UAV dropped WAG, and Falcons about to clash.
WAG off of a fresh booyah. taking on Falcons, who are leading the leaderboard for the day as well as the overall leaderboard. Oh no, and a car crash for Allen. On the recovery. What a 180 for Allen, straight to the head, looking for another. Peter really low, and Allen is the monster right now up against Falcon. 3 for 3. Allen, the monster, hits a triple up against Falcons.
Oh my god, Alan, what was that? With a bit of support from Cyrus, electrotherapy to keep him in the fight, but holy cow, Alan really wiping the floor with Falcons. Falcons still in it with just one member left. PE Sports on the other hand finds AG, and it was only due against the rest of PE Sports. He will try to hold on, gets into the construction site onto the 3rd floor. Mass revives across the board for Falcons.
Insane stuff as PE Sports now finds AG Global, puts them 6 feet under. This is what we're talking about. Let's see the camera on Indonesia or Vietnam, or maybe even expand, making a lot of noise out there. But as I say that, Thailand still shows that they're in this game. Reverse red on for the represent. Exposy getting the long shot, but it seems like they're not going to get too aggressive just yet.
So far, not much going on for Reverse Red or the Thai teams at least. It was pretty eventful for Falcons. They lost 3 members, but aside from that, everyone else finally slowing down a little bit. GOW just finds a random LBT in their neighborhood, so Demon will take care of it pretty quickly.
This is a sticky situation. A civil war between the Vietnamese teams, GOW and PE Sports. GOW hasn't shown up too strongly today. PE Sports, even more so. 14 points collected in total from 5 games played. PE is struggling, but that performance that we saw just moments ago from them, from Allen specifically, up against Falcons, was a phenomenal one.
Here he comes again, Allen, and Cyrus strikes once more, finding Vaults and Expand. They're up against a very, very hungry beast in the form of WAG, and Krillin, he's gonna go in and find a feat and get Vaults back with the revive. But this is just a freight train of destruction from WAG. Krillin looking for Loki, will find it. X4 does get knocked down, but it's a small price to pay. 7 points for WAG.
WAG is on fire right now, and look at the chase onto DCOS. He's been spotted out by Allen as well as he makes that recovery. But look at this reverse red on for the shots as well. DCOS tagged up, Diamond right in front of him. Expand has nowhere to run. Allen with the knock, and Diamond does not get to steal that away. But WAG should stop before proceeding as reverse red right in front of them.
Expand still in the game, managing to sneak one person out alive. But I do agree, WAG need to regroup a little bit before they take on Reverse Red, and they're doing just that. Waiting for the other two to get up to catch out. Expo and Krillin lagging far behind. And Reverse Red, there is someone on the flank. In fact, there's only one of them, I believe. That should be Saming. Usually going to take these angles.
GOW taking out PE Sports. Nasir is about to cry if they don't get those revivals because he's betting on them for this round. But there's a good recovery here for PE. We see those revives coming on through. 6 minutes in, 11 teams still alive and kicking. And it looks like Snowfall's about to get a tad bit too crowded here. Reverse Red up against WAG, and Sa Ming too far away from the rest of his team members. Time Turner played, but X-Ball finds the connection.
Saming did fire off a shot, but ends up missing X-Ball. So, they with Saming out of the equation. We're seeing the same struggle for Reverse Red again. Saming needs to stay alive with this kind of predicament, and Allen just slowly backs off with the support of his team. Puts up the glue wall. Reverse Red tries to push in, but Allen, we know that he's awake and able to find some distance with electrotherapy supporting him. Cyrus keeping Allen alive, and Allen once more strikes finally. Nameless takes him down. Diamond also puts in the work. WAG forced to stop.
X-Ball actually holding back, waiting for Krillin on the backup. Riptide Rhythm! Breaking through the defenses of Reverse Red and forcing Diamond back now. And what a shot from X-Ball from the back. Summing the final player survives long enough to get the shutdown with the SMG. And X-Ball, a sliver of health. M590, Riptide Rhythm drops him, but X-Ball eliminates Reverse Red with that final shot with a sliver of health left on him.
What an absolute clutch gets the revive back and heals up. Both of them with at 15 HP. And Saming almost making a miracle happen. He got revived, he dropped down, instantly picked up the weapon and started firing away. But hey, they did cripple WAG, who will need some time to get the revives in and get their arsenal back up. But I think they got a double-digit elimination at this point already. It's only 8 minutes in.
X-Boy at that point of time, he was thinking as he went up against the reverse red players, Are beta, tumse na ho paega. I will be the victor in here. 14 HP left on him, and the M590 with a beautiful pop straight to the chest. What a play that was.
And to translate into Gen Z terms, X4 is him.
Oh yeah,
it's the easiest way to put it. Now Vamos arriving at the doorsteps of RRQ. We got core memory on the western side, Expand from the south, but Expand should not interfere with how weak they are right now.
Now, if y'all like that, don't forget to hit that like, baby. We are 1.5k up on the likes. We want to reach 2k today as well before the end of the broadcast. I don't know if that's possible because we are 10 minutes away from doing that in this final game. But come on, baby. Bring that like in. Now, Shadow is asking who I'm predicting to get this victory here. Anyone except a Thai team. That's who I'm predicting.
WAG. WAG. WAG will win. If WAG wins, if a Vietnamese team wins, we are all going to be winners.
Calm down. You just want to see Yunsul.
I will be the winner.
I want to see Indonesia shine this time through. I want to see the camera go back to Conchita Caroline. She's been on fire with her questions yesterday. I want to give the spotlight to her a little bit more. But only Indonesia, only the teams from Indo can get this job done. But of course, Expand still alive and kicking. As Luki tries to snipe out a couple of players from the side of GOW, but it's just got the wrong gun on hand.
Now they're going to move on forward. GOW with 6 eliminations. And on the other hand, Evil's Divine able to regroup, recoup, but you can see that the resources not looking too good. They have Falcons in front of them, but Falcons were busy taking care of Expand players. So this standstill, this stalemate will go on for quite a while. We look at the elimination chart, WAG with 13 eliminations.
No hate for the Thai squads. I just want to see some of the other regions rise to the occasion as well. Just want to see the other hosts ask some good questions, get some good answers, shine the spotlight on more regions than just Thailand, because we all know how Thailand is capable of dominating the spotlight time and time again. I think it was very clear from the first 4 games as they hit those back-to-back booyahs just between Falcons and AG Global.
Just for the sake of the storyline and the competition, I want Evos to win this. And then I want Russia to be interviewed. That's all I ask for.
That'll actually be perfect because that gets both of us what we want, right? We get Conchita, we get Russia to respond to WAG and the trash talk. This will be perfect, okay? But the question is Conchita listening? Did she catch the trash talk earlier? That's going to be the bigger question. At the same time, man, look at this chaos. 11 minutes, 22 seconds, 10 more teams left in here. 38 players alive and kicking at River Mouth. This River's mouth ain't big enough to handle these many players.
Yeah, I got a jump scare. I thought that PE Sports almost got ambushed when someone peeked through the window, but it was one of their dudes, one of their guys. So they did take some pretty good perimeter control. But man, it's so crowded, right? And funny thing is, a few patches ago, that revival zone would have been packed with people. But right now, they're all surrounding it. Oh, here he comes, WAG! One of them fell off, but it doesn't matter. Ellen still gets the job done. Lossie did get Cyrus on the way out. But at the end of the day, it is still WAG getting control.
Oof. Crazy. Vamos still alive. And the circle moves straight towards core memory and RRQ. Alan breaking his ankle, but thankfully not getting knocked down by any of the other players as surrounding compound gives them a decent enough cover. WAG potentially looking at attacking either Vamos or PE Sports, depending on how they want to take this rotation in towards this next compound.
Yeah, I would shout like that too if I fell down. No worries, technology is pretty advanced in Free Fire.
You've fallen down a few times, Husky. Boulder.
Yeah, I've sprained like both my ankles. I can attest it is not fun jumping off from that height.
Heavy backing away. Oh my goodness. Heavy versus WAG versus PE Esports. A civil war, three-way battle between three Vietnamese squads. I don't think Yunto's gonna be happy seeing this.
Only one can come out of this, right? You gotta somehow vie for that winning spot. Heavy is winning out so far. This making quick work of PE Esports with the help of RQ and Vamos. So PE Esports out of the picture. The WAG next on the chopping block, but it seems like EVOS wants revenge onto Heavy, and they quickly learn that Heavy starts to be messed with. They lost Ray the moment they jumped through that window.
Yeah, WAG now moving on straight in potentially to meet EVOS Divine as well. Heavy initially getting the shots in, Expand flying into the fray of things, but I don't think they've got the numbers to sustain themselves in all of this chaos.
EVOS lost Kochu as well thanks to WAG. Now they really are in deep water. Get nice finding the snipe onto Russia. It's finishing off what he started. Aim got completely out in the open. He shot from the back, front, center, top. Kiroro with a lethal blow, and EVOS out in 9th.
Yeah, that's a sad way to die, man. Trying to hop into the truck to get to your team member to pick him up, but you can't hop over. And yeah, no, you don't like seeing that. But speaking of not liking to see something, look at Falcons and their full squad recovery. And they have got all the money in the world to get some magic done. They take the launch pad, reposition themselves right outside this next circle, and potentially a skirmish to set up here up against the Vietnamese squads. Thailand is still a big danger.
Incredibly threatening now that all the teams are preoccupied with their own fights. Peter not able to get the knockdown, so that gives Expand some space to work with. As Heavy and WAG, you can see they are caught in their own fight. Ice grenades being thrown now. Falcons, they have a good chance to voucher this. They just gotta pick their moment. See, seems like they are looking at the house of the Vietnamese team.
Absolutely. Falcons turning into a vulture. They can morph into a different species, but the question is, will Vietnam be able to survive this one? WAG 15 eliminations. This is crazy. Limit with a knockout to Krillin, but the pickup is going to be possible here. Demon finds Spoon as well as GOW finds the connections onto core memory. 18 Deer, RRQ chipping away at WAG as well. Things have gotten harder for the Vietnamese squad, and they will all fall. Look at those ice grenades. Krillin with a sliver of health. He goes down as well. Bye-bye WAG, all the teams are trying to say.
And there goes WAG. So we turn our attention to the last remaining Vietnamese team, GOW, while preoccupied with Vamos on the eastern side of the map. Falcons actually didn't get much out of that. Vouchering attempt, it was RRQ. They got majority of the elimination. In fact, Falcons now caught in a rough spot. Look at all the utilities being shot up to the second floor. They're trying to flush out whoever is there, which will be RRQ, but RRQ managing to stay safe because they're out on the balcony. They're unaffected by Falcons' play.
Come on, chat. Let's hear it. Let's hear it for RRQ. Let's hear it for Conchita Caroline. We need to bring the cameras to Indonesia. And only one team can potentially drag us there. And the surprising thing is, we also may be able to see the Malaysian Gasters as well, right? Vamos alive and kicking. Falcons trying to go for that rotation. 2 players down and out already as core memory takes great advantage. RRQ with the grenade. Shooting on in, Potato almost taken down there, and RRQ's not going to overcommit.
Look at the circle, AJ. It seems like Vamos is in a decent spot to move. All the other teams are about to go to where Vamos is. Potato being caught from behind. Absolutely, his spine blown out by RRQ. Expand was eliminated in 6th spot. RRQ now looking pretty solid with 9 points. Falcons out in 5th.
Yeah, boy. And you know, they all call me the master of predictions, by the way, if you did not know, in the world of Free Fire. So RRQ on the way there. But here is the crazy thing. Vamos and Core Memory are still alive. And Core Memory actually has a 29% potential win rate here, according to our AI. That's insane.
Can't count GOW out yet. They are down manpower though. But they still have a 19% chance, a decent shot. Wow, that just went down. Exo took out Demon. And GOW chance is out-touched. It's on the ground. No more Vietnamese teams for the Puya. Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand will be the last 3 teams. Here we go. Poon against Vamos. He's trapped behind the blue walls. The rest of Core Memory is trying to break right through, but Vamos holding on pretty well. The blue walls standing strong, and Gade blows himself up because why the hell not? Lawsy will try to bring it back. Core Memory getting wiped out.
This is insane. RRQ says say hello to Conchita Caroline, baby. As they move on in for the Booyah. Core memory, 2 more players left. RRQ, full on squad, 14 points. Indonesia will be able to scream Booyah unless a miracle comes true for Thailand right now.
Kings of Kings, Rex Raycom Keon, Jago Banget, as they are about to clean up house. Core memory will be left with a sour taste by the end of this one. In the 2v4, the balcony completely overrun, Circle pushing them downwards. There's only one way out, and that is a fight to the death. It's time to face off against Abai and the rest of RRQ. Kuga only finds one, but one is all he gets. We're going to Indonesia, baby. It's time to send the camera to Caroline.
God is good.
God is great.
Amen. What a play. Indonesia walks away with the final Booyah of the day. But look at this, right? No smiles, no big laughs coming through from Abe and gang. Obviously, they know that this was not a good enough performance. Look at this. Shinde, Suman, they're all saying this was a recorded thing. Hey, come on, man. They don't call us the kings of predictions for nothing, baby. RRQ all the way. And you know what this was all for? All of this extra energy thrown the way of RRQ just because we want to send the cameras that way.
Absolutely. We even caught a glimpse of our lovely host just almost walking past the camera just now to get to the interview spot. But hey, RQ, they just started the day off incredibly solid. They had one, two, subpar rounds, but they end it with a bang. And we say we want to see RQ get into that top 3 spot, put themselves on the leaderboard, and they have definitely done so.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, chat, don't forget, like Karo, hit that like, make sure you hit that like. Don't leave the broadcast without doing that by the end of the day. And obviously, the faster you do it, the earlier you do it, the better for you. So you don't forget later on, RRQ, Kazu, Ma'al, Lawrence, Duds, Abe, 18 Dia, MKS. Phenomenal performance this time round. And guess what, man? What's that movie? Sleeping Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
Crouching
Tiger, Hidden Dragon. That's what RRQ Kazu was. Because they have just been silent throughout the day. Nobody was suspecting that RRQ was creeping up on anyone. And just like that with this game, I believe they've jumped up to the #1 spot in terms of overall points picked up in day 2. Talk about some dominance from Indonesia.
Incredible stuff. And again, special shout out to the Malaysian teams, right? Expand finished strong in round 5. Vamos finished strong in round 6. Of course, it's still a far cry from being in the top slot, but hey, they did make some pretty good headway compared to some of the names that we expected to show us more. So good on our local teams. They're definitely adapting, albeit slower than usual.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Good day though. At a strong exit. Unfortunately, you gotta be careful with the lethals. You gotta be careful with those explosives. The last thing you want to use the grenade launcher is in a tight little spot. That window sometimes can play against you. G'day found that out the hard way. Obviously taken advantage by RRQ later on. We are on standby for the interview. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, we present you our brand new offering, Miss Caroline from the Indonesian team.
All right, thank you, casters. Survivor, they've done it again for the second time this week. RRQ closed the day with a booyah. Congratulations! I'm here with Maal from RRQ, and of course, we're gonna talk for a bit. Maal, gimana rasanya tadi setelah berkali-kali ya sebenarnya hari ini RRQ tuh finishnya di top 3, akhirnya pecah telur juga bisa dapetin booyah yang pertama hari ini meskipun memang harus di pertandingan terakhir. How does it feel to finally get a booyah after being on top 3 over and over again today?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Mohon maaf Maal, alhamdulillah bagus jawabannya, tapi itu bukan perasaan. Itu cuma satu kata yang aku tanya, apa perasaannya, bagaimana tadi keseruannya, apalagi ini game terakhir juga kan?
Ya, seneng.
seneng.
Dari
Terus?
match 1 sampai match 5 top 3 terus kayak.
Makanya sekeotik apa tadi di dalam booth pada saat kalian udah melihat, wah ada tinggal dikit nih, bisa nih, ini nih akhirnya buyahnya nih. So Mal is actually at a loss for words right now. He's just saying that being on top 3 for 4 or 5 games in a row really has taken its toll on them, but finally they got the booyah that they wanted, and it's on the last game. It feels very amazing for them. He just didn't really know what to say because he's still very nervous to be on stage finally for the first time today. Nah, Maal, pertanyaan selanjutnya nih. Kemarin kan sebenarnya kita lihat RRQ juga dapat 1 buyah ya, dan sama di penghujung hari, di penutupan. Evaluasi apa yang dikasih sama coach dan coba kalian terapin hari ini sampai akhirnya performance kalian bisa meningkat banget, ada di top 3 berkali-kali sampai akhirnya buyah?
Nggak ada evaluasi, paling cuma mistake kecil aja kemarin.
Mistake kecil. Okay, so I asked them about what exactly did they evaluate from the first day performance, and they said that there weren't any evaluation whatsoever. They're just trying to minimize the small mistakes that keeps on happening yesterday, and it's been proven that they've managed to find the rhythm, managed to perform better because they've been on top 3 for about a couple of matches in a row and finally get the booyah at the very last game of the day. Terakhir, apa yang mau disampaikan buat teman-teman yang udah nge-support RRQ dari kemarin sampai hari ini? 2 booyah udah berhasil diamankan sejauh ini sampai day 2.
Makasih.
Terima kasih aja.
Yeah.
I asked him whether or not he has something to say for the fans that has been supporting RRQ today and yesterday, but he can only say thank you so much. He's very grateful for all the support that you guys have given them, and hopefully they can do even more better on the next chance. Thank you so much, Maal, and congratulations once again for RRQ Kazil! All right, survivors, that's it from us. We're gonna go back to the casters, so take it away, casters.
Say thank you, chat. Say thank you. You know you appreciated that interview, so say thank you. Okay, this is exactly what we were manifesting, but very happy to see Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand being represented in the interviews. We have one more region that has not shown up just yet. We haven't seen the casters just yet from the Malaysian side interviewing these boys. When Malaysia steps up to the stage and rips away some phenomenal booyahs, we get that chance to see that. And I think Vamos is getting closer and closer to that. If Gade can stay away from taking himself out of the equation, I think they'll get there.
Yeah, I think, both Vamos and Expand got very close today. They just need a bit more of a push. And, this is a good sign, but again, you go back to the age-old topic of can they keep this up for tomorrow and for the rest of Phase 1 and even Phase 2. Because if they can, I don't even mind if they don't get a booyah for the entire group stage, as long as they get good standings, right? Like, booyah is a bit of an extra for tiebreakers and all. But I want that consistency, and it's something that they've taken a long time to conjure, but can they keep it going?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, at the end of the day, it's all about running this marathon well in Phase 1. As long as they can keep up the pace, they should be fine. They're aiming for that top 12. So obviously, this is something that they can improve week after week. We have one more day within week 1. That's tomorrow. That's Super Sunday, just to kick off that battle. And obviously, we've seen the best from Group B already. Tomorrow, we get to see Groups A versus C.
And that is going to be quite nasty, right? BRU back into the fray. But we will see all the Malaysian teams on the field as well, right? We got Toda coming back. Vamos and Expand kind of set the bar high a little bit. They lifted the bar at least. And now we get to see Toda try to match that. And hopefully with a quarter of the team being Malaysian, we might have a better chance at getting that booyah.
I will reserve my comments, but I really wish to see that happen, right? Because it really doesn't look very likely based on how some of these fights have happened. I think they're able to survive a couple of team fights, and then, when the going gets tough, as they get into those chaotic scenarios, I see the Malaysian teams just dropping the ball. Nothing comes close to the previous version of Expand. Right?
Oh, yeah.
There was a point of time where they were just blazing through. They could keep the pressure up with some of these top flight teams. Expand could actually keep up with Buriram in some of these team fights as well. It was phenomenal, and then that team kind of fell into shambles. We had re-rostering and all, and Expand just hasn't been the same. I hope to see stuff like that. I hope to see Cobra make a big comeback to the Expand squad, or maybe even Vamos, and really shake up the world of Free Fire for Malaysia. But of course, for the time being, that stays a wish, unfortunately.
For now, we are still sort of like stuck in a time capsule, right? We're still stuck with the best moments of Expand 2 years ago. And I agree, I do hope that, they keep on moving forward. We do see that spirit. Again, albeit we are slightly late on that train, but I always adhere to this saying, right? When life gets hard, you become hardened. You become battle hardened. You become veterans in the face of hardship. And I think some of these players are starting to learn that. Again, it goes back to having imports, having external influence to really show us the possibilities beyond our local region.
Yeah, I think that's very well said, Husky, because, if they're facing challenges, they can either start complaining about those challenges, or they can use those challenges to really use those challenges as their stepping stone to climb up to greater heights, right? If you're not learning from these experiences, then obviously you're not going to be taking those steps forward. But thankfully, Expand actually has got a great manager behind them. I do believe Vamos has a fantastic manager behind them as well, based on what's happening in the roster. But overall, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we need to take a look and see exactly what the schedule was like, so that we can get a little bit of a recap for the day.
What's up? Surprised to see us. Remember our little game from the beginning of the tournament?
Okay,
big
maybe not.
Game between WAG
I
and
heard-
Evolve.
I heard
And
schedule.
Guess what?
I heard
We
show, but I
are the
was like,
winner.
is it the
Right,
game show
Export.
thing? I'm
Bên
not
cạnh mình
sure.
đây chính là Export. Không biết là các bạn có còn nhớ cái trò chơi đầu tiên của chúng mình trước khi chúng ta bắt đầu ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Đó
WAG
chính là một sự
won.
giao kèo giữa
Because
WAG
Heavy
và
took out
Esports.
Evolve.
Điểm eliminate của đội nào
They didn't even have to do the
thì
work.
đội đó sẽ thắng. Và tất nhiên là
Back to
chúng ta đã
back, they
chiến thắng.
almost
Ok,
got the chance,
thì bây
but
giờ
then
chúng mình
Heavy
có
was
một cái
just
kèo là
deaf.
chúng mình sẽ
Yeah,
đội
both
nào
times
mà
they ran
thua
to
thì
Heavy.
đội đó phải giơ cái poster lên. Nhưng mà mình
Yesterday, an
thấy Esports
Indonesian
ở đây
team
có
had
cặp
to
poster của
eat
Evolve,
spicy meat.
mặc dù
Today
là đội
also,
chiến thắng thì không biết
Indonesian
Esports đang tính
team
làm cái gì
losing.
vậy?
GG.
Sau 4
like
trận
what,
đầu
sâm
tiên,
nhá?
tên team mình test
Probably
thành
something
viên mới
like that,
thì
like this really spicy
mình đã chuẩn bị
stuff.
sẵn
it's not
poster của
broadcaster.
Evolve rồi. Nhưng mà
Yeah.
chắc
No, no,
bây giờ
broadcasted.
team mình không cần cái poster.
But they
nữa
didn't
đâu.
see what noodles left.
Oh my gosh, he literally
He
just
ripped the poster of Evolve.
tears up the poster of Evolve.
You know that you
I
can-
asked him that, like,
you
we are
can't
the
do
winners.
this,
Why are you bringing
pull
Evolve's
this
poster
stunt
here? And he just,
in
gave us the answer.
any
that
other
he
like mobile
teared it up.
games.
Well,
Oh, you gotta love it, man. You gotta love it.
Oh.
I
Like
love it.
you do
That-
this in MPL, wow, instant
well,
report. Like
guys,
you are gonna
now
get flagged
we are
instantly.
going to do
I am
something
waiting
more
for them
fun.
to take this
I'll tell
up
you
to the
guys
next
later.
level.
Okay,
We
thì
need
bây giờ
more.
các bạn
We
đã
need a
thấy
CS:GO
Evolve đưa ra cho mình
trash
trả
talk.
lời rồi, nhưng mà
Yeah, we
hãy
need
cùng
some
chúng mình
heavy
xem
level trash
reaction
talk.
của
I mean,
Evolve
obviously,
nha. Let's go, guys.
decent
Let's watch
levels of
Evolve.
respect up and down, but some trash talk is definitely needed.
It's like no need to like get in their face, spit on them, but
Alright,
make
thank
it
you,
spicy.
Yunzel and X4. Unfortunately, survivors, again, we have lost the challenge yesterday and today, and we're here with Evos, who's already
Maybe Garena just
holding
give them the poster
posters
because they are
of
contenders and be like, if you win, you get to
I'm
rip
gonna
the
have a
enemy
bit of a
poster.
chat with
Right, like
Acha
you
first. Acha, gimana
you
rasanya
encourage
ngeliat
that.
Tadi perolehan poinnya sayang banget ya harus kalah meskipun sebenarnya ya
So,
bisa.
so what's Evo's gonna do with the WAG poster now?
Kalau dari aku gimana ya? Mungkin sedih sih, tapi nggak apa-apa lah. Mungkin kan kita juga masih ada besok, kita masih bisa balas.
Yes. So I asked him, how does it feel to be on the losing team for now, losing the points against Export? And he said it's pretty sad, but he's not that disappointed because we still have time. We still have a lot to prove, and obviously we still have time to get back on top. Is there anything you'd like to say to Export? Because a challenge is still a challenge, and unfortunately, you have to say something. You have to give him a compliment. You have to show your support for being on the losing team
Forced
today.
to compliment.
Sayang banget nih kamu karena kurang beruntung hari ini kalah. Harus mengucapkan kata-kata pujian atau kata-kata support buat Export dan juga WAG sebagai konsekuensi dari kekalahan hari ini. Apa yang mau disampaikan Aca?
Mungkin aku nggak terima sih yang menang lawan kita.
Oh my god!
Kenapa ya?
So Acha is not accepting defeat. He refused to accept the defeat. He said that he wants a rematch, and he said that it is looks pretty sad, but they still have time and they will win the next challenge. Oke, kalau dari teman-temannya gimana nih, mau kasih dukungan apa buat Aca?
Semangat terus Rasya.
Semangat terus Rasya, terus yang lain.
Gokil.
So to show solidarity, the whole team is here and they are 100% behind Acha's back, supporting him along the way. And yeah, I think that's it. Unfortunately, we have to refuse defeat because it's only the second day. We still have a lot to prove. Yakin ya masih bisa buktiin di kesempatan selanjutnya dan harus menang juga di kesempatan selanjutnya.
Siap.
Janji menang?
I'll bring us back in, bro.
Oke, tepuk tangan dong buat
Yeah.
EVOS! They promise to win the challenge the next time. There will be no more losing for any Indonesian team, especially for EVOS Divide. Aduh, seru banget ya tonting-tonting gini. Sekali lagi tepuk tangan dong! Gimana kalau ngelihat pertandingan hari ini sendiri, kamu udah cukup puas belum sih sama performance EVOS?
Tentunya belum puas.
Belum puas? Oh, so I asked him, are you satisfied with today's performance, especially for EVOS Divide? And he said, no, they are so far away from satisfied, but they're going to try again the next time, and fingers crossed, hopefully they'll get it in time. Baiklah, kalau begitu karena sudah selesai chit-chatnya, we're gonna go back to the casters. Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, silakan casters.
EVOS Divine lost the challenge, but the fans won, Husky won, everybody won because we brought the camera to both Indonesia and Vietnam. Crazy stuff. You gotta love the step up. But obviously, I love the heat between the Indonesian region as well as Vietnam. I want to see more of this coming. I want to see all of that play out on the battlefield as well. Of course, it's interesting that we don't get to see who we are engaging with out there on the battlefield because there's no kill feed activated, so they don't know who they're engaging with. But what they do know is, Husky, the drop spot of certain teams. So maybe this heat can be converted into some battles soon.
I can't wait for all these hot drops, right? Just between these two teams, and that would be a story to tell, at least, you know, for the near future. But I gotta say, in my years of commentary, at least for mobile games, this kind of banter is my favorite. Like EVOS, you know, they knew that they lost, but they refused to accept defeat, and not in a graceful manner. They gave the W80 poster a hug tour on cam. It doesn't get better than that. I think you keep this banter going. You know, I love to see the players interact. All respect outside of the game, but the competition keeps on getting more and more fierce in game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, chat, you don't get the wrong message, okay? These players are having this small little cheeky banter with each other, but I have seen them in person. They all hug it out. They are all good friends outside of the game. In the game, they are enemies. In the game, they are opponents who are trying to outdo each other to climb to the top. And speaking of climb to the top, this time, RRQ Abe, the man with a mission, and that mission was to absolutely demolish everybody out there on the battlefield. 6 eliminations, 2,280 on the damage, 1 headshot, but nobody's complaining.
Yeah, I think if you are RRQ, you are happy that you're getting these numbers in, right? These are all very good conversions, like 2.2k damage, it converts into 6 eliminations, and Abai just doing his own thing, being able to take the heat. Again, good qualities as a rusher. You get to take the heat away from the enemies. You know, if you have the 1v2, 1v3, so be it. But the longer you survive, the more space it gives to people like Ma'ao and Dudes to support you from afar.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Tatsuya Skyler A124 Koda combination coming through from RRQ. And obviously, a lot of similarities between the skills that we have seen out there on the battlefield already thus far. Nothing much except the Olivia and her healing touch. Then you can see exactly where the meta kind of changes for RRQ. You bring that Olivia in, she's got that healing touch, and it increases your healing effects by 30% and the spread of 80% of a single user's target healing amount to the enemies within 15 meters. RRQ were looking for that final circle, they were looking for sustainability, and they did it very, very well with that passive.
Looking, and they already kind of prepped themselves for the late game, right? And sometimes, you know, according to the what do you call the fundamentalists of gaming would tell you that early, mid, late, they all have their pros and cons. But for late game kind of playstyle, every time RRQ makes it there, you know that they're going to finish strong, and they keep on doing it because they perfected the craft of surviving that early to mid phase.
Abe, of course, getting the key player highlight here for week 1, day 2 as well, with the 6 eliminations as the rusher for RRQ. Damage captain, on the other hand, is the sniper from Falcons. Liminex 7 with 3,924 on the damage, and Mufasa with the 6 headshots courtesy of Heavy. And Heavy was the team that was bringing heavy pressure onto EVOS Divine, not even allowing WAG to get to them in that previous match.
Today, Mufasa has really, put on a lot of different hats, right? Being the field medic, being the support player, getting these individual pickouts when needed. He really is one of the few up-and-coming stars for Heavy. This is a new generation of the Heavy squad, and I'm glad that they are getting the spotlight. But game standing for this round, RRQ Kazu walks away with 28 points, and finally, a good round for Core Memory as well. 20 points for them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, RRQ, throughout the whole day, we just saw them step it up time and time again. Of course, a little bit of a challenge faced by them on that Purgatory map, but apart from that, they were just keeping up the pressure for those top 3 spots and picking up very, very crucial points, because their ultimate goal was to catch up to not just Buriram, but to Falcons as well. And they are not too far. Let's take a look at today's standings. RRQ managed to catch up and beat Falcons with the overall points, although they were 1 booyah short. 103 versus 99.
Yeah, and barely overtaking Falcons, but a win is a win, right? They stepped up at the very end. Falcons and WAG. So, whoa, what do you know? My prediction. Woo, RRQ, Falcons, and WAG in the top 3.
Oh, yeah.
But I think, EVOS, GOW, Heavy, not too bad. I mean, even Vamos, 56 points for Vamos, 46 for Expand. I'm not complaining. I think as much as, compared to RRQ, they are double the points. But this is a pretty decent start if you just want to kind of stay afloat in the middle of the pack.
Absolutely. Great representation from all 3 nations up on top. Of course, we're waiting for Malaysia to join the pack as well. But in the grand scheme of things, look at what RRQ has done. Climbing up to that way from where Falcon is on that number 1 spot, and they've got 6 games to catch up.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to ask whoever is still in the chat, how much points will BRU lead by the end of tomorrow? What is going to be the gap between BRU and the second place team? Because I feel like BRU, if they put out another performance like day 1, they can easily hit that 250 point mark by the end of tomorrow.
And mind you, chat was just raging as to how Wasana was a washout. Buriram is no longer aggressive. Buriram can't get wins in the first 2 games. Just for Buriram to end the day on that number 1 spot with a 40-point lead over the team in that second spot, right? So I totally agree with you. We do have to keep our eyes on them to see how much of a gap they leave between themselves and the second spot tomorrow. But for the time being, the spotlight on RRQ, the team of the day, for 103 total points picked up.
In the pocket, some extra cash in the pocket for being the team of the day. So congratulations to RRQ Kazu, right? Earning some bonuses along the way. If they keep this up, it's going to gradually add up. So the only 2 teams that have gotten that luxury, BRU and also RRQ Kazu. Let's see if tomorrow is going to be the same, because if BRU keeps farming this title, they are going to basically make a lot of money just by being first at the end of each day. It will not be fun.
Yeah, I mean, not fun for the rest of them, but very fun for RRQ. Very fun for all of those who want to see the camera shift into the interview segment for Indonesia. 2 days, though, in a row, Indonesia has lost the challenge. Now, this is a little bit of a scar on their ego. I'm sure it's tickling them. I want to see a little bit of a comeback tomorrow on Sunday.
Yeah, I can't wait to see BRU, and I want to see the Malaysian team step up more. But that's the end for day number 2. Thank you all for tuning in. We got more action tomorrow on Sunday. We'll bid you guys goodbye and good night.